Good evening, my comrades. We're going to continue with our nice little Dyson Sphere Program. Let's continue and see where we left off. We just built a gun. A single, lonely gun. It was cool. Unfortunately, I couldn't place them in these gaps. But instead, we're going to put them down the middle, and we'll just replace this power. It means we'll lose a third of our power. But you know what? That's okay. Third of our power, we don't need it. And then the hope is that we can get power from this, considering it's its entire purpose. Hey, Biasen! Is this like Factorio? It is indeed like Factorio. Except you're in space and you've got multiple planets and solar systems that you can go between. We're going to try and hook up a second planet today. There are no critters, which is unfortunate. It would be cool if they had them. Which, it's kind of implied that they will, right? Because look, our mech has a health stat. It's got hit points. But it never actually uses the hit points. So I assume they're going to add some sort of enemy at some point. I hope they do anyway. Hey, Dan! So, we have our solar sails. We have a lone gun for firing them. Now we just need automated production of these guns. And then we can wrap the planet in them. Now that's going to be a pain in the ass. But it's also going to force me to do a lot of stuff that I've been meaning to do. First things first, let's steal a bunch of hydrogen off one of my belts. Are there any enemies? I literally just answered that question, but to answer that question, no. I just answered the same question twice in a row. There are not enemies, but it looks like they're going to get patched in at some point. At least I'm assuming that. Although I will grant you I don't have anything to back up that assumption apart from this hit point option here. And if anyone else asks me if there aren't any enemies, then I'm just ignoring the question. Right. So, to make these guns, we need gears, we need steel, we need processors, and we need super magnetic rings. Hey, Jeremy! Hey, Callum, this is fun to watch, but I was wondering if there are any enemies. You'll have to ask Dan or Biasen about that. Put a few guns around your base since you're able to build guns. The guns are for firing at the sun. You use the guns to fire solar sails at the sun. Look, if I press Y, you can see that we've launched a few solar sails. Not very many. We fired 51. And they do deteriorate over time. But as soon as we come back into the sun being visible in the sky, this thing will start firing these sails at it again. But we want way more than one gun. We want to wrap the entire planet in guns, which means we need to automate production of guns. I guess they're called EM rail ejectors, but let's be honest, they're giant guns. So, we either need to make steel or gears. We'll sort those first. You didn't have a chance to watch yesterday, did I start over? I certainly did. And now we've got the Belt of Kings. We've barely visited the other planet. Let me put this down. Always carry a wireless power transmitter with you. It's so useful. You just pop it down and you get all your energy back. We've got the Belt of Kings, which is where all our resources are going. And it's also where I put a bunch of solar panels. Not solar panels. Wind thingies. I'm not using solar. As much as people seem to think solar is the shit. I refuse. We're going to transition up to... Look, it's firing. We're going to transition up to... These things are deploying solar sails, which generate energy, and then we can claim the energy and bring it back. So we're just going to skip solar sails entirely. Solar panels. And use solar sails, which are closer to the sun, so you would think they would be better. That's the theory. We'll see how it pans out. Can't forget my wireless transmitter. So the first thing we want to do is make some steel, which we can totally do here. We've got iron, we've got stone, combine the two, and we get steel. So let's do that. Hopefully we can get a decent amount of stone, a decent amount of steel. You want to try and get six of them in your grip. That guarantees you a full belt's worth. So let's bring this all up here. I'd like 2 belts worth. So it's a wee bit unfortunate that this is so close to my belt. I actually want to cover this over. Is there any more? We're using that iron. Is there any more iron nearby? There's iron over there we could steal. We could steal that iron. Let's not worry about it. I don't know how much steel we're going to need. Do I have the resources as finite or infinite? Finite. I didn't know there was an infinite option. I would have much preferred infinite. What the hell? So they are going to run out. Eventually. But it won't be for a while. And when they do, we'll worry about it then. Is infinite really an option? So it is annoying. Like the oil never runs out, but the veins do. Which is just awkward. Right, we want smelters. Let's put them on this side. No, let's put them on this side. 6 of them. Wait, am I a fool? Am I a fool of a toque? For steel, I don't think you actually need stone. I think I'm going mental. Yeah, you just need metal. You just need iron. So maybe I don't want to build it here. Are there any other nice groupings of iron? Not really. One of the other videos you watched was saying you could change it. You're not 100% sure, you haven't seen anyone that's changed it. Maybe you can. Let's check the settings. No, doesn't look like it. Maybe you have to do it when you create the world. I didn't see any settings when you create a world though. Okay, if I don't need these, I'm moving this. We just want to create steel. See, I could steal that, it's just... it's messing with the belt foo. You know? Messing with it. I'm probably gonna just hide that. Just hide it. Just hide it. Yeah, we can always ship an iron from another planet, sod it. If we run out, by the time it runs out, we'll have interplanetary logistics. And then we just get iron from another planet. Totally fine. We're definitely not going to run out. We may very well run out. This is only going to get us 2 steel per second. Which is a bit of a pisser. But it uses so much iron. So much iron. I want another set of smelters. I mean, I could just pass it from one to the other. Actually, we only need 3. No, we only need 2? Yeah, we only need 2. That totally sucks. Steel is a pain in the ass to make. Probably end up shipping it in off another planet, to be honest. Yeah, we'll totally end up shipping it in off another planet. Dee 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 dee. There we go. Right. You guys are all making iron. Now, arguably, I should have just fed the iron onto the belt and then pulled it off the belt to turn into these, but it's fine. It's fine. It's self-contained. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you not have power? You scumbag. And then you're making steel. Incredibly slowly. I guess if we make Assembler Mark IIs, they're 50% faster, so we could get another one in. So yeah. Now we get our first chore of the day. Although I don't consider it a chore, I quite enjoy it. And that is to build the Belt of Kings. Or to extend the Belt of Kings. It's actually not that bad. Ever since I got these new drones, or the improved drones and more drones, doesn't take too long. Do I only have one miner making all that copper? There's no way that's sufficient. Eh, whatever. I'll worry about it later. Don't know what we're doing there. Oh, that's the initial base. Yeah, that base is a pile of trash. Yeah. That will need resolving at some point. Right, let's tell these to go for miles. No! Oh, why isn't there an undo button? What I wouldn't give for an undo button. What I really wouldn't give for an undo button. Oh. I would sell my soul for an undo button. Scheiße. Gotta be real careful when placing this belt that you don't screw up. See, that's interesting. Even though we should be fully recharging from this thing, it's still using my fuel. I guess I'll save my fuel for especially lazy scenarios. For real though, this wireless power tower really pays for itself, and you get given it for free, I think. Maybe you don't. Either way, it pays for itself. Crazy good. As long as you got the fuel to, as long as you got the power to support it, which you really should do. Just means we can set off a load of these to go, and then drop the tower. And just kind of dick about for a few seconds. ponder what else we need to do. Now, I'm not going to lie, there's going to be a lot of belt production going on for a little while. But it's going to be totally worth it, like, maybe. If we get all our valued resources onto the belt, then we'll be living the dream. And then when we logistically ship stuff in, we won't have to worry about, oh, where are we going to ship stuff into? We'll just have shipping stations that just feed onto the belt. The belt is king. You live by the belt, you die by the belt. It's just going to simplify life in the long run. Sure does mean placing a lot of belts, though. It takes somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 belt parts to wrap the planet. I keep meaning to count it, but then I forget to do so. I forget to take note of how many we had at the beginning of the cycle. But that's okay. One day I'll remember. Maybe on the next belt. Right, we want to go up here. Our power's getting low, so when our power gets low, we go all the way up here. We tell it to go crazy. We drop the charger. And whilst we're charging, they go off and do it all. I know you should walk alongside it so they don't have to go very far. But when you're using a wireless power transmitter, then it's best to just stay here while you recharge. We need to get a massive amount of titanium from the other planet, and then we can bring it here and we can set up fuel cell production. And then our life would be much easier. I do have some titanium on us, but not very much. So we need to go and do a titanium run. We'll do that after this belt, because it will make our life much easier. In this game, the old adage is certainly true that what goes around comes around. In a very literal sense. Oh, our gun's shooting. Happy days. Once we wrap the planet in guns, I'm going to be super happy. And I was going to build them here, but I'm actually glad to be putting them in the middle. Because it means we can put more belts in this center area. Which means our belt won't have to get too wide. Hey Nick! Good to see you, man. I'm always pleasantly surprised when Nick shows up. Oh, I thought I'd built that wrong for a sec. Oh my god, that would have been terrible. Which just goes to show this game really needs an undo button. I shouldn't be panicking about one misplacement. Yeah, we're almost there. This is fine. Then we'll go to the other planet, grab a bunch of titanium, come back. Still watching the first episode, you wonder if you'll be spoiling much. Unlikely, I started again yesterday. So, you know. But the first episodes are me learning stuff, so I think they're worth a watch. And then I'm taking what I've learned and putting it into a bit of practice here. And hopefully making more sensible decisions. Although I will grant you, it's not seeming very sensible right now. Whenever we fully run out of power, we need to use one of these as like an emergency bit of power. Just to... Oh, I left the wireless thing behind.
When being outside of building range, you can hold down the shift key and use the right mouse button to click on the open space to control the mecha to move.
It's a good job you can dismantle from so far away. Right. That's our steel belt. Oh. Look, I'm sorry, Iron. If I need you... I'll get you from another planet. Got a new PC, it's not bad for an off-the-shelf. Nice. Very nice. Off-the-shelves are usually alright. They get a bad rep, but... they're usually acceptable. They're just not crazy good. They're usually a lot more stable as well. You got to weigh up the pros and cons of stability versus power. Right. That's us getting steel. One day we'll upgrade these to Mark IIs. Then we can add a third one. Can we add a third one? No. We need upgraded smelters. Do you even get upgraded smelters? I don't know if you do. You would hope so. Right, let's go to the other planet. For that, we want to leave a bunch of stuff behind. I'm loath to start dropping down supply crates full of stuff because I never empty them. But this time I'll make a conscious decision to empty it once we come back. I'm not leaving a bunch of storage things lying around. I refuse. Let's drop off all that. In fact, let's drop off everything except... what do we need to take? We don't need to take much, honestly. We're literally just going for titanium. We'll take our wireless power transmitter, of course. Can't leave that guy behind. But I don't think we need anything else. Except our fuel cells. Right, let's fully charge before we go, otherwise we're just wasting canisters. Does that guy not have power? You sly dog. You notice many places are also doing assembly or even adding the OS as well to make sure everything's working properly. Yeah, that's true. I got one of those a while back from a company called something. Can't remember. Can't remember what they were called. But they did that and it was really good. Helped avoid a bunch of compatibility issues, which is another problem with making your own. Making sure that everything's compatible. I don't know if it's still an issue these days, but maybe it is. Right, steel will build up while we're gone. You would assume there would be variance in quality. You're not very good at networking, so you went with the off-the-shelf option. Yeah, that's reasonable. Like, it keeps it simple, right? Nothing wrong with an off-the-shelf computer. Anyone who says there is an elitist. Right, let's go. Where are we going? Then we're going to the inner one. Capella 1. Yeah. Let's go to Capella 1. Hey, Toyd! Our solar sails are coming along nicely, even with just one gun. But we're really gonna go ham with it and place a ton of them. You got HP with a Ryzen 5. Ryzens are good, man. Ryzens are good. I've got a Ryzen in mine. Ryzens are great. I've had no issues with it. Okay, my stuff's all the way over there. I'm literally just here to steal titanium. Yoink! Let's go. Well, let's recharge. I should probably steal some silicon as well. Let's steal half and half. That'll keep us going for a while. Once we get logistics, we're gonna steal all this iron and ship it back to the main base. You're worried as apparently the new global illumination new materials system is going to be rough on folks using AMDs. Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine. That's just Nvidia propaganda. They probably got paid to say that. Yeah, I figured you were talking about Xanima, man. If in doubt, Nick is talking about Xanima. That's a solid rule to live by. We're totally not gonna miss the planet. Oh, it was painful in episode 1 when we missed the planet. Ugh. Isn't bad thinking about. Right. It's changed so much since you last played, you can't beat tougher late game foes used to slaughter without cheese. That's good though, isn't it? New challenges. Oh look, we're already, oh no we're not. I was going to say we're almost full on steel, but that's a different belt. We're way off being full on steel. Steel is still a piddly amount. I'm surprised none of it's come around here yet. I find it hard to believe that no steel has made a full orbit. Yeah, it just makes things more satisfying, exactly. Why has no steel made a full orbit? I find that incredibly hard to believe. I left my wireless transmitter on the other planet. No! Now I have to build another one. Oh, I miss you, wireless transmitter. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. Armor's getting nerfed. Well, good. It was in need of a good nerfing. Let's clean up that. Drop off that. Grab that. Drop off that. Oh, we've got more than one crate's worth. Glass, what are you doing in there, you sly dog? What's this? A water pump? I don't need no stinking water. One day I'll need this water pump. At that point, I'll make them. Right, we'll leave all the silicon here because we're not dealing with silicon yet. Maybe? Yeah, not yet. We'll take all the titanium with us. Right, let's set up power production. Yeah, man. I don't mind your X-Anima updates because I don't really keep up with it. I just play it every few months, which is a pretty good system. I don't mind hearing them. Right, we need hydrogen. I need to pick up some more of these belts. We'll build this a little way out, because why not? And then this should be super easy, it's just an assembler. Making these, which use titanium and these things. For the titanium, I could just put a crate down here. But we're going to need titanium for other stuff. And you know what that means. I guess for now we'll put a crate down here. But that does mean I'm adding a titanium belt. Rest assured, I am adding a titanium belt. We've got no way of powering the belt yet, as in restocking it without going and getting some. But that's fine. Then we need another storage. We'll put it just like here. Actually, we'll put it here. There we go. Churning out fuel cells. Doesn't have to be super fast. Extra titanium. keep some of you, but not a huge amount. I do need to build another wireless transmitter. I'm tempted to make a power cell belt as well. Otherwise I've always got to come here to get the power cells, which, let's be honest, is going to be awkward. For now though, where's the base? It's here. Let's go grab some more belts. People seem to think level 2 belts are where it's at, but I'm a big fan of the level 1s. Big fan of the level 1 belts. They do the job. And isn't that all we need from them, truly? I'm really surprised none of that has come around. I want to make sure I didn't leave a gap. There it is! I did leave a gap. Suddenly it all makes sense. Right. What's this? Photon combiners. I am going to want them on the belt at some point. Maybe now? Maybe not now. Don't think I need them for anything. Let's pull that back a bit. They're used for making sails, nothing else so far. They don't get to go on the belt yet. So we have steel. Next up is gears. For gears, we want another iron vein. This one will do. Is that graphite? We would be making a lot more of that, but we filled up on refined oil, which slows our graphite production. Might sound weird that filling up on this resource slows this production, but it does. It also slows down our hydrogen production. But that's fine. It is stocking up over time. Once we get another use for that refined oil, which there are uses for it that we do want, then we'll be living the dream. For now, it's okay. So, let's get 2 sets of iron. And this is just going to go along here. It's going to be smelted. Eventually we'll have to start moving production away from the equator. But it's not going to make a huge deal. These take 1 each. See, I could just steal iron off the belt and use that for this, which I did consider. I did consider that. But because we're doing 6 for 6, the question is, have we got more uses for iron than we have for gears? Probably. probably. Yeah. I don't know how many gears we're going to need, but 6 is probably excessive. But that's fine. We'll worry about... Oh, I already put 5. We'll worry about that in the future. It's not actually a problem, it's just personal preference, I guess. Because here we're saying we always want to be creating 6, and then when this is full, that iron isn't going to be getting used for anything, when it could be feeding the belt. But the problem with doing it the other way is... if we do it the other way, then if there isn't enough iron on the belt, then we start running out of gears. So let's mix and match. You've learned you apparently need to move into the hills if you want internet capable of anything. Oh, really? That's weird. For us, the more remote you are, the worse your internet is. I'm gonna double this around. I don't like just taking stuff directly off the belt. Arguably I don't need this, they could just feed directly into the assemblers, but I don't like feeding directly into assemblers. It rubs me the wrong way. Especially when they're not the same size. Live in a bowl and you get the air pollution of San Francisco and LA. Alright. I see, I see. Quite some interference. I guess if you're doing wireless, yeah. I don't really deal with wireless. Except for my phone. And I don't appreciate doing that in wireless either. But it's kind of a forced necessity. Time to do a full circuit. This time we won't have to stop for power though, so... Well, I say we won't have to. We'd better not have to because I don't have my wireless thing. Yeah, wired is totally awesome. Except in this game where wireless power transmitters are awesome. I think I need to be going the other way on the belt. So that I can pick up more power cells. I don't know if 17's gonna cut it for walking around the planet. Maybe it is though, if I stop flying. They do indeed have the technology. Plus, I'm convinced in the lore for this game, as in the actual world building, I'm pretty sure this AI, this robot, is inside a simulation. I'm pretty sure. I don't think in this game it's supposed to be a real universe. I think it's supposed to be a simulation. Can't say that for sure, but I firmly believe it is. It talks about the center brain and how we need to provide stuff for the center brain to keep simulating. So I think it's got some weird logic where within the simulation we are providing stuff for the external center brain that is controlling the simulation. That's what I think the lore for this game is. It's definitely what it is in my head. Because we don't do research, we do... Research is not actually a thing you do. We call it research to get new techs, but it's not actually research. They don't say it's research anywhere. It's well, there is a perk that's research speed, but still. It's impressive that their nuclear-powered mechs can also be powered by wood. Yeah! Not very efficiently, but then how much energy is there in wood? Maybe there's quite a lot. I sure do love laying these cables, or these belts. There's something about it. It's very relaxing. I feel like this is faster than doing it with my wireless transmitter. It probably is. Hard to judge, really. Also, I should have counted how many of these we started with so that I could finally figure out how many it costs to wrap around the planet. I think I can cheese it to get the answer, actually. I think it's around 1,500, but I can't say for sure. Oh, I forgot about this place. I'm gonna have to go over it. I didn't want to go over it, but I'm gonna have to. Gonna have to go over it, which really messes up my belt. It's either that or move this production. And there's no other coal nearby. Bit of a pisser, really, but I guess for now we're going over it. Ugly. It's ugly. Can I don't want to go over it. I'm not going over it. We'll find another solution. I straight up refuse to go over it. Yeah, this will temporarily solve the problem. Is there anything better than a temporary solution to a problem? I don't think so. Yeah. That works. Nice try, game. You're not forcing me to throw away my morals. Ruin my belt. I think not. We're out of fusion cores. Uh-oh. The race is on. The race to get back to our production of fuel cells. Before the power runs out. I believe we will get there before the power runs out. I believe it with half my heart. Yeah, look, there it is. We're totally gonna make it. Happy days! Let's go grab some power cells. How many should we grab? All of them. Now our power woes are over for the next significant while. But the sheer fact that I had to worry about whether or not I was going to be close enough to get the power cells does make me think they should be on the bell. At some point. Right. What was that belt for? Gears. I think it was for gears. Nice, still firing sails. Where is whatever this is building? Is this it? No. Where the hell is it? Something is putting stuff on this belt. Aha! I do have to question how I did a full circle of that without coming back here. I think my mind's a bit broken on that one. Power. How did I do a full circle without coming back here? Maybe I did come back here. Maybe I'm tripping balls. That gets us gears for any use that we might have for them. Nice. Assembly machines Mark 1 really suck. They really suck. They run at 3/4 of the speed of you just manually making them yourself, which means all your calculations get thrown off. You go, oh yeah, how do you make a gear? Oh look, you get 1 per second. But it actually takes 1.3 seconds. Maybe. It's a little bit whack. But right, that's us got gears. Which we are going to use for a lot of stuff, so they're worth going on the belt. What's next? Next is processors. I'm hoping we have most of the components for processors already. One of them is silicon though. I just done a full circuit without getting where I wanted it to be. Yeah. Oh, I actually wanted it to be right here. I'm such a fool. I wanted to stock up on some more of these. Right. So next up is... we've got the steel, we've got the gears. Next up is the processors, which need circuits, which are already on the belt. Happy days. And then microcrystalline components, which use copper and silicon. Okay, that's fine. I wonder if we use those for anything else. They're only used for processors, at least at the moment. Takes 2 seconds to make one. That uses 2 every 3 seconds. So we want 3 of these, 2 of these. Cool. And let's build that here. Is copper on this side of the belt? No, it's on the other side. Doesn't make a difference, really. But let's build it here. We want some copper. And I'm going to start building stuff inside the belt once all the guns are down and the radar dishes are down. Then we'll know what space we've got to work with. Bring that up here, loop it around. And then we need silicon. which for now we're just going to have in a storage container. How fast do these move stuff at? .5 trips per second, so we get 4.5 trips. So let's wrap this around. I'm not building sorter Mark IIs. Alright, that should do it. Then, they get made in an assembler. I sure hope so. Yes. And then they use circuits. So we're going to want circuits as well. So let's drop down our assemblers. We need, what? 3 of these? Was it 3 of these for 2 of the others? Or was it 2 of these for 3 of the others? That makes 1 every 2 seconds, that makes 1 every 3 seconds, so it's 3... It's 2 for 3. I think? 2 makes 1 every second, 3 of these makes 1 every second, but it uses 2. Ugh! So it's 3 for 1. 3 for 1? Yeah. I can live with 3 for 1. Let's just make 2. Then we're making it at the same rate we're making steel. And I assume we're going to need way more steel than we are processors. We'll find out though. And the ratio is 2 to 1 on the, okay, 2 to 1. There is different travel time based on how far away the road is, but whatever. I'm sure it'll be fine. Mess with Jeremy's OCD a bit by not doing those all the same. Ooh, is that too far away? No, it's totally not. Okay, good. Right, and this is going to produce stuff, which will wrap around here. Then we just need 2, hopefully. I'm going against my own principles here by having these 2 on the same belt. So let's not do that. Three for 2. Was that even correct? I forget my ratios so often. I feel like my ratio is way off, actually. Every 2 seconds we make one, so we're making 3 per second. 3 per second, 3 per second. Which means that my ratios are way off. Because we're making... that's 3 seconds. And in 3 seconds we're making 9. Which means I can get rid of 2 of those? 4 for 2? I don't know. I feel like maybe. Whatever. We're definitely building enough. That's what matters. We're definitely building enough. However, if I double up that a bit more, then we can super double up this. And these come out, and they go back to the belt. Where they will hook in there. Right, I'm actually going to take a moment to think about this. My brain is not working. Had a very busy day. But I'll be back in a sec. Hey Ultra, bad timing indeed. Right, lowest common denominator. That was my thought while I was away. Lowest common denominator, right? Lowest common denominator is 6. So I don't know if that helps me. It means I want 2 of these and 3 of these. Think? No, because that only produces 1. Ugh. Woe is me. Ve victus. Woe to the vanquished. That produces 0.5 every second. That requires 2 every 3 seconds, which means 1 will produce 1.5. Which means in 2 seconds we'll produce 3. So yeah, lowest common denominator. I think. I don't know. Whatever. Let's see how it works. I'm giving up thinking. My brain's turned off. You assume I enjoyed Legacy of Kain Blood Omen? I certainly did. It was one they I had it on the PS1 back in the day. Back when I was a lad. It was great. Right, and then that also needs circuits. Circuits which are coming in from here. One of your favorites in your childhood, children thirst for blood. Yeah! Kane was just a really good... I'm not even going to call him an anti-hero. He was really just an antagonist who you were playing as. Kane was a really good antagonist who you were playing as. I never played the Soul Reaver games, but I sure loved the Legacy of Kain ones. Kain was dark grey, but not entirely a villain. Yeah. I feel like he was entirely a villain. I mean, at the end of the first game, you literally sat on a throne surrounded by human skulls. If that doesn't say villain, you've literally wiped out the world. Then I don't know what does. Like, yeah, I'm gonna wipe out the world. But I'm not a villain. I think he might be the worst person. He literally chooses to wipe out the entire world. He's just a very polite villain. He fools you with his polite English speak. He's definitely a villain. Call me crazy, but I think wiping out the world is pretty much as villainous as you can get. There's tons of blood, but his goal wasn't to kill everything. Yeah, but at the end of the first game, you actively choose to kill everything. So, you know. It's easy to say that's not his goal. But when you actively make the decision to kill everything, it's very hard to say that he didn't want to do it. Haha, James says, considering the number of worlds out there, one more or less is a trifle. Well, that's true. And then he had his redemption arc. But prior to his redemption arc, he was definitely a villain. In Blood Omen 1, he was villain through and through. He didn't have any redeeming qualities in Blood Omen, except his English voice. Which was one hell of a redeeming quality. Don't get me wrong. Right, I think I've got the ratios wrong on this, but my head is not working out the math for some reason. Let's give it another shot. Yeah, it might be complicated in the later games, but in the first game, it's totally not complicated. In the first game, if you take it as a... standalone game, Kain is an utter bastard who just wants to wipe out the world. And then in the later games, they're like, no, Kain is actually a good guy. He regrets what he did. I need to pick up more sorters. Not entirely. As you said, he's a charming ass. Yeah, he is charming. But charming doesn't mean he's not evil. He's beyond evil in the first game. He's all about vengeance. Vengeance this, vengeance that. All he wants is vengeance. And he doesn't care what he has to do to get it. And then at the end, given the choice, he's like, you know what? I will wipe out the world and sit on a throne of skulls. He still enjoyed various aspects of the slaughter and manipulation. Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact he's evil. That's my point. Like, yeah, he's charismatic. He's a cool dude. He's badass. But he is evil by the popular definition. This is going swimmingly. You can't rule over a dead world with a kingdom of vampires. You need food. Yeah, but clearly Cain wasn't thinking that way, because you literally see him on a throne of skulls surrounded by lava, with the world blatantly having ended. So he didn't give a damn about that. Now, I'm fine with retroactively making Cain a relatively good guy, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, he wasn't framed that way for the initial story. He was framed as absolutely psychotically driven towards vengeance. Chaotic neutral, you say? Yeah, to an extent. At first he is, then he becomes like lawful evil, right? When he's in charge. Well, once you start adding all the retconning in, then yeah, but my whole point is, I'm just talking about the original game. And in the original game, there's none of that retconning, him being born, destined to do all this stuff. That was all I did afterwards. I don't recall him being infected with madness in the original game. I recall him being killed by some random villagers and then being offered a deal where he could become a vampire and get his vengeance. And he said, yeah, okay. And he went around killing everyone. And then at the end of the game, he was given a choice to either sacrifice himself and save the world, or destroy the world. And he went, you know what? I'll destroy the world. You know what's good about this belt? Every row we add is faster to drop down by a very small amount because the circumference is less. And the beginning animations. Isn't the beginning animations just what's his name? Killing everyone. I actually want to do a playthrough of Blood Omen. I have it. I'd actually quite like to do a playthrough of Blood Omen at some time. It's really, really good. In fact, I even considered doing a playthrough of Blood Omen. Back in the day, before, like when I first started my channel. But back then, I had a whole bunch of issues getting it to record. Vorador, exactly. I was thinking Voldemort for some reason, but it's Vorador. That's the intro to the game, Vorador, just going around killing everyone. And they yell, Malik! And they get turned into skeletons. Only Malik, Mortanius, and the Time Douche are the ones left. Ah, the good old Time Douche. Mr. Retcon. No, you were Soul Reaver the entire time. Okay, whatever you say. Once we've got this down, we need to move all our silicon into that set of crates. Then we're making processors. Sure is a lot of work to automate building these things, but it's also getting all this stuff on our belt for us, which is going to speed up future work. So it's totally worth doing. Like, we didn't even have gears on the belt. That was madness. That was such extreme madness. I can't believe I went for so long without even having gears on the belt. I appreciate your knowledge of Blood Omen, Nick. I think it's pretty damn good. You just wish the series wasn't treated so roughly by fate. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Right, let's give this one more attempt at doing the math. Someone else can do it for me. These require 2 every 3 seconds. So 4 every 6 seconds. These create 1 every 2 seconds. Which means I need 8 of them? No, my math is wrong again. My head is just not working tonight. 4 every 6 seconds. How am I going to make 4 every 6 seconds? Is that true? No. It's not 4 every 6 seconds. I'm getting distracted by all this Legacy of Kain talk. Development hell. Alright. Right. Every 1.5 seconds I need one. That's the way to think about it. Every 1.5 seconds I need one to run one of these machines. I'm running 2 of these machines, which means every 1.5 seconds I need 2, which means every 3 seconds I need 4. Right. Every 3 seconds I need 4, means every 6 seconds I need 8. Every 2 seconds they make 1. And that's where my brain just collapses. Sod it, I'm happy with it. Someone do the math for me and get back to me. If I'm interested, there's folks giving it love and respect here on the tube. No, I'm okay. I give it enough love and respect already. I love me some Legacy of Kain. I don't need to hear other people saying how awesome it is. I do appreciate that people are giving it respect, though. I think more people should be shown Legacy of Kain. Which is why I'd like to do a playthrough of Blood Omen. Because it sure is good. We might want to go pick up some more silicon. I wonder if this is enough to fill the belt. You know what? After all that thought, I already had the perfect ratio. Okay, maybe not perfect. I already had a pretty good ratio. I can maybe get 1 on there. But I might be okay with this ratio because then I can put these on the belt as well. Feed them off down here onto the belt if we find out we need them. How about in-depth analysis or showing content that you can't see, like cut content? I don't particularly care about cut content. If it's cut, it ain't canon. That's my philosophy. Yeah, at some point I'll extend these out and put the rest of them on the belt, and we'll just add a few of these. I'm not going to think about it too hard. That was the whole purpose of this belt philosophy. Don't think about it too hard. So I should live by that philosophy. It's working well for me so far. And when I try and think about it too hard, it all goes horribly wrong. So, that gives us our processors, our gears, our steel. Now we just need super magnetic rings. For those, that's already on the belt. Magnets. Did I put magnets on the belt? Part of me thinks I did, but another part of me thinks magnets are barely used. I probably didn't. The barely used probably didn't. Wins out. We're not going to bother putting magnets on the belt because they are very rarely used. So, then we also need these, which require magnetic coils, which also use magnets. and electric motors, which also use magnets. As much as I'm saying magnets are barely used... Oh, they don't use magnets. Brilliant. No, they do, because they use magnetic coils. Right, I want to put magnetic coils on the belt. Are they already on the belt? I feel like they're not. Oh, magnetic coils! No. Which means I need an iron source. I could steal iron off the belt. But we need an iron source anyway for magnets. Where's my other magnet production? Something out here is using magnets. I know it is. I suspect it is. It might very well not be. Oh, magnets! Actually, I'm pretty sure the only thing that's making magnets is the building production area. Let's go grab some... All this iron's getting utilised. What are you being used for? Magnets! Oh, that's the real base. Okay, look. I'm actually quite happy with this little section here. It's self-contained for the most part. If I... Yeah, this can work. This can totally work. I want to start siphoning stuff off this onto the belt anyway, but in a sensible way. And this is nice and self-contained. So... for that... two magnets every second. Really? So that's not going to keep up production. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 to 4. It's still not going to keep up with production, but... we can extend it once we strip some of the rest of this away. So for now, I think we siphon this onto the belt. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, actually. I'm not happy about that. Am I? No. Oh, iron. There's a ton of iron resources on this map. Let's steal this one. It's quite a small one. This is going to be purely magnet production. So it looks like we do actually use magnets for more than I thought. Okay. So we want 6 smelters. Was that true? Did they take 1.5 seconds? Yeah. So we want 9 smelters. Oh, what a fool I've been. There we go. This is gonna get us way more magnets than we could ever dream to require. But you know what? It answers the question of magnets forever. And that makes it worthwhile. Oh, curse you, lake. Oh.
Insufficient required items. You can click the replicator button at the bottom right of the screen to open the panel and manually replicate these items.
Well, shoot. I need to go back to base and pick up some foundations. But it's not vital. It's just something I want to do at some point. Right. That gets us our magnets. Then, I kind of want to siphon some off before they get to the main road. I guess I'm not going to. Let's go, magnets. Let's go on a journey. The belt is king. It's always easy to hesitate to put stuff on the belt, like, magnets, we don't use them very often, let's not put them on the belt. But I think having everything on the belt is just a good idea, especially for once we start getting multiple, planets. I think resource sharing is going to become much easier. If we have a belt. I just think it's worthwhile. Every time I want to add something to the belt, I feel the need to justify it. I'm starting to realise I don't need to justify it. I'm going to do it anyway. It sure is painful to add them all. But it's also a nice break from thought, which is a very valuable thing. Where's the main base? We're actually going to run out of foundations. I'm going through so many foundations. It's ridiculous. The belt is future-proofing. That's what it is. It's future-proofing. We're definitely going to run out of these before we finish this. Definitely. It's fine then, when we go home for this we can pick up foundation as well. And then we can start replacing some of this water. Not all of it though, we do need to keep some for pumps. How's our gun doing? 191 in orbit. They decay over time, so one gun can probably do 191. Or around that. The sails do decay over time. Which is fine. We're almost nearing our gun. It's up here. And I think our gun is near our base? That might not be true. Curse you, tower! Here, you can live there. That's as far as we can reach. Then we'll just jet home. I want to pick up... Well, I was going to say I want to pick up more energy cells, but it looks like we're actually doing okay. Well, I probably will pick up some more. Never have too many energy cells. Oh, base. Ah. 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 I'm going to increase the limit on these. My main limit is the fact that I'm holding a shit ton of silicon. Why am I holding so much silicon? That's the real question here. Let's go pick up even more. We'll pick up some foundations as well. Wow, we made a lot. That little factory's putting in work. At some point we won't need it anymore. Like, there's only so much foundation you need. Like, what are you gonna do? Cover the entire planet? Yeah, well, yeah, there is that. We may very well cover the entire planet. All this just for magnets. Complete global saturation, yeah. I think we actually probably do want to cover most of this planet. This is very much going to be our production hub, and everyone else will be sending resources here. At least for now. Who knows, once we get into the later game, and we're dealing with multiple systems. But at least while we're in this system, this planet is king. You don't recognize the quote, you're lucky. I do not recognize the quote. Curse you, Cole! You've earned a purging. Oh, I thought it might be Resident Evil. I was actually going to say Resident Evil. Oh, woe is me. I should have gambled and said Resident Evil. Just hadn't I experienced it? Yeah, I got forced to watch them all at some point. It's alright. I don't mind shitty movies. I'm okay with them. It's from the game, really? I never played Resi 5, so I don't know how I would have experienced that. Maybe they say something similar in one of the movies. I don't know. I never played Resi 5. Wasn't Resi 5 the one the one in Africa? Played Resi 4, never played Resi 5. Played Resi 7. You only watched the first 3 all the way, the 4th and any others kept you away. Yeah, no, I had to watch them all. It was alright. Accept them for what they are, and they're totally fine. But yeah, I never played Resi 5. Wonder if I should have made the belt be risen up. No, that would have been a right pain in the ass. Or would it? Yeah, it would. Magnets, how do they work? Not very often. Right. And we're using the magnets to make coils. Coils is a pretty simple factory. It's just assemblers. So we'll just slot them in here. Copper and magnets. If you do play the 5th, do so with a friend. Makes experience bearable. Yeah, I'd never play it with or without a friend. I enjoyed Resi 7, but mostly for the VR. I really liked Resi 7 in VR. It was great. I always misjudge this. Oh. That's not even what I meant by misjudge it, but I do always misjudge it. I always misjudge the end of this point. I think it's here. Nope, one too soon. But now it's one too late. I don't understand how that went. Oh, alright, Nick. Catch you later. Right, and here we want assemblers. We actually want quite a few of them. Eights antagonists seem to be popular right now. I don't know what eights antagonists are. But I'm assuming that is a joke of some sort. Right. To make these, we want 1 to 2 every 1 second. Which means I can only make 3 using all those magnets. Is that true? I haven't seen the memes. I don't keep up on meme culture. Two to 1. Because it's 2 to 1, I should have put them on the other side. But I don't care. This should be good enough. It's totally not going to be good enough. It's good enough for my purposes. Yeah, I don't know, man. I try and stay away from society as much as possible. It's a good way to live, in my opinion. I feel like I'm really pushing the limit with how wide this can go. But that's fine, it's gonna force me to resolve issues. Plus, we can finally answer the question of how many belts does it take to wrap around the planet? Let's finally answer that question. We might want to crank this up at some point. I think that's going to be using all the magnets, you know? Once this is done. But that's fine. It's all part of the plan. Some of the gold flecks are worth digging through the mire. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Maybe they are. Right. We are at 1588. 1588. It was a good year. I'm totally gonna forget that by the time I get around. Still not maxed out on processors. Oh, it's because we ran out of silicon, that's why. Our process creation is limited by our silicon. But once we get into planetary, we'll be shipping silicon across on the regular. Yeah, catch you later, man. You too. I might go and do another journey for silicon though, just for the sake of it. Once we get production up and running, we'll go and collect some more. It's the perfect crime. 1588. Come across any large bodies of water, they're getting plastered over. Well, I'm sorry, large body of water. I ain't bluffing. In around the world and aye. Magnetic coils. We're going to run into an issue here once we reach the main base. I'm pretty sure the red research overlaps this. Well, that's fine. That's manageable. This means a rethinking of the red research a tiny bit. Tiny bit. There's always something these days. There's always something blocking my path. There we go, we should be running into the red issue soon. I mean, we're already running into the I'm gonna have to nuke these issue. I wonder if he's still mining that, even though it's covered. Now there's an excellent question. If he is, that's pretty handy to know. Kinda hard to tell, honestly. Who knows? Have to do a test. Here we go. Here's where we run into the issue. But it's not really an issue, it just means I need to do some slight rebuilding. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, magnets. This slight rebuilding, the only problem with it, and it is a problem, is it's going to mess with my statistic of how many it took to how many things it took to get there. to get around the world. There we go. That's totally fine. Maybe it didn't change the amount, actually. I don't think it did. We still covered the same amount of squares, which means it should have used. Like, we still went the same amount X and the same amount Y, so it should have used the same amount. Theoretically. No! Oh, I made a huge mistake again. I was wondering why that was clashing. Then we're getting close to having built everything we need, to an extent. Most things we need. Then for some of them it'll just be a case of ramping up production. But right, I'll be right back. On the belt again. Dee 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 on the belt again. Do 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 on the belt again. We'll probably try and ramp up production of these at some point. But for now, I think we're actually building too many. As in, we've only got 6 per second coming off this. Not ideal. So, where does that bring us? Three magnets. 2 turbines, 1 graphite. We have the graphite, we have the magnets. Turbines require magnetic coils and motors. Motors require iron and gears. We have iron and we have gears. So let's build those here. Now I might make these their own... No. These I might make their own magnet supply. Possibly. But probably not. Right. Let's flatten out the ground around here. We want... What is it? Iron and gears. Iron, gears and coils. Iron... gears, and coils. I wonder how much of a pain in the arse it is to upgrade from a tier 1 belt to a tier 2. At some point we probably will want to do it. At some point. Emphasis on the some. Right. What do they require the most of? Iron. Yoink. Right. Let's bring these two together. Then assembly lines. One, two, how many of these do we want? We probably want them to be excessive. It's better to be excessive. One every 2 seconds. Let's make 6. We'll get 3 per second of these motors. If using 3 per second, I'll be very surprised. Right. Very cool. You're making these engines. And delivering them out here. Whereupon, they're going on the belt, but they need to go on the other side of the belt, which means crossing the belt. Of crossing the belt, we really want to stick to the edge. No, wait, we don't want to stick to the edge. We want to go right down the middle. The belt is out of control. Also, I kept track of our belts and how many we needed. It was 1588 to circle the world. And then I didn't bother keeping track of how many we had left. But I can safely say it takes less than 1,000 to circle the world. You know what? Less than 1,000. That ain't bad. Yoink. Eventually we'll be able to siphon off this stuff onto the belt. Probably. Which will be cool. Where's what I'm after? Did I fly past it? There should be a road going over the belt. An unfinished road. I guess we'll fly around the planet until we see it. I'm pretty sure it's the other way. Oh no, here it is. Very cool. We've got enough for 4 journeys around. Will we do 4 journeys around? Probably not. I'm hoping soon we can transition to the inside of the belt. I think that would be a good call. Ah, coal machine. Can I drop down another one here somewhere? Where it'll be getting a decent amount. Not really. At least be getting 6. Well, it doesn't need to be getting 6. But it sure would be nice if it did. And get it 5. 5 is probably fine, to be honest. What's this making? Graphite. Just gonna have to accept that the belt is gonna have to stop going around here at some point. Or I'm gonna have to transition this to a separate coal supply. There's plenty of untapped coal on this planet, so we could do that. Dee 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 dee. There is a case to be made for stacking belts. Not the strongest case, but there is one. Maybe one day I'll stack belts. Although realistically, I think we'll just one day turn them up to level 2 belts. Which will hopefully not be an issue for a long time, because we've got a lot of belts. Oh. Misclicks in this game are the worst. Oh my god, have I built this wrong? Look, you guys are not going to be happy about this. You guys are really not going to be happy about this. But I have indeed placed it suboptimally. Well, it's a good job I noticed now. Sorry. Woe to the vanquished. My little robot's still trying to keep up. Come on, little robots, where you at? Oh, little robots. There they are. Ah, the pain, the undisputed pain. I'm surprised that's the first time I've done that, to be honest. I'd actually made it halfway around the world before I realised that mistake. How painful is that? You can tell where I realised I'd made a mistake because, look, it's visible in through the floor. We're almost back there. Although that's wishful thinking more than any kind of... Oh yeah, we are. Good. Wait, have I made a mistake? No, I'm joking. I don't make mistakes. I just love placing these roads so much that I felt the need to do it twice. Ugh. Okay, that one was a mistake. I'm willing to own that one. I really am going to have to stop extending this outwards soon. I know it might seem like we haven't accomplished much so far today. Been a lot of dicking around. But it's valuable dicking around. The way I see it, most of these components are reused in other things, and there's a limit to how many guns we're actually going to need. So once the guns are built, all these resources can be used for something else. Which will be nice. I think a bunch of them are used for the research. So that's nice. The next tier of research. Right. Why are these not starting? Okay. Because I brought magnets. I had magnets on the brain. I had magnets on the brain. I'm willing to accept that one was a mistake. What we actually need are gears. I might have to redo these bridges at some time in the future. Potentially. Give these guys the old switcheroo. Goddamn perspective. Perspective is a bitch. Right, these should start working now. There we go. Not too shabby. Although that's not... No, that is an accurate representation of how much they can make. Cool. And the theory is, eventually we can just look at the belt, see what needs topping up, and live at large. So I guess as those, then we need these, then we need these. We have everything we need for these now, and we have everything we need for these. So this should be easy. Arguably, no belt required. But we are doing a belt because look, it's used for loads of stuff. But we're out of space for belts, honestly. Maybe. Are we? Definitely. Unless this squeezes in, but that seems like a compromise I'm not willing to make. Or goes over, which is a compromise I'm not willing to make. Which means we need to start doing belts on the inside. Which is maybe fine? Hang on. What do I need to make one of these? We're making those, we're making those, we're making those. We're making those. We're about to be making these, but we're not making them yet. Okay. So... I think this is all that's stopping this side of the belt. Is that true? That as well. I think we need to start building on the inside of the belt. As much as I don't want to. I don't think we have a choice. Unless we start doubling up belts. But that can lead to all sorts of problems. If we assume this is going down there, which isn't really an assumption, it's a fact, it is definitely going down there, then there is the question of if I'm placing these guns, where am I going to place the receivers? I guess we'll worry about the receivers afterwards. Let's worry about the receivers afterwards. For now, we'll start doing belts on the inside. We are almost at the point where we'll need to start moving stuff away from the edge of the belt, though. But for now, let's not worry about that. Let's build these here. So what do we need? It takes 2 seconds to build one. It uses 2 engines, 2 magnets. Eventually, the hope is that we can move most of our mining facilities off planet. Especially because resources are limited, eventually they'll have to go off planet. So then we can get rid of a lot of this stuff. So that's cool. Right, those plus the magnets. These, not the magnets, the magnetic coils. And I want to do this straight down the middle. Cool. Steal all of those. Steal all of those. Right, and this should be super easy. Question really becomes one of, do I want to put them back on the belt? Logically, I say yes, because I instinctively want to put everything on the belt. So let's go with my instinct. How many are we going to make? So they use 1 per second of each of those. Let's make 3. And make sure we can extend it later if we want. Good. So what's needed for the next one? Those engines, magnets, and graphene. So if I bring out magnets and graphene here as well, we can produce both here. And then we can move both back to the belt if we really want to. Is that true? I'll wrap that around there, bring it back here. I think I want this to be going the other way. Like that. Then we bring in magnets and graphene. There's graphene. Graphite. Building these all in a one, it goes against my core principle. But it does save me building another belt for now. And I sure would love to avoid building another belt for now, because real estate is really becoming an issue for belts. And I think we can get away with no more belts while we build these guns. Which I'm sure will be pleasing to the ear. So for production of this, it's 2, 3, 1 every 3 seconds. Cool. Let's build 3 of these. And then we need magnets. Oh, magnets! And it's actual magnets this time. None of those fake magnets. Good. Straight down the middle. Hope and pray that doesn't affect the guns. Which I could test. I could make sure it doesn't affect the guns. We'll do that next time we fly past the gun, if I remember. Which means we won't do it next time I fly past a gun. Nice. And that gets us these. Which we can output going this way. And then we just need processors, which are on the bus. Yeah. Gonna have to go back and get buildings soon. Well, not soon, but at some point. Is that really Clyde? Okay, that's fine. I was hoping I could do something clever, but alas, such things are beyond me. Nice. Let's just crank down 3 of these. I'm not sure how many we actually need, but 3 will do the job. And then these, I probably only need 1, but whatever. I'm making guns. We finally got there, to the point where we're making the guns. Been a long time coming. Let's get some energy. Need to go pick up some more of that. Also, I don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. And now, theoretically, it's only taken us 3 hours to get all that going. Now, I was fully aware it was going to take a while, because we had to build every resource from the ground up and add them to the belt. But that is going to give us our precious, precious guns. Tell you what it's not going to give us. The receivers for the guns. Which is a whole separate issue. I want to see one of these churn out a gun, please. We'll see where the bottleneck is. Well, shit, they need 4 resources. Really? 4? So much for that. That's what I get for not reading it and just relying on memory. There's a lesson there. Right. If it needs 4... then this is going to have to be a little bit nasty. Well, sort of. And then it needs gears and steel. How long does it take to build one of those? 6 seconds. Wow, they're gonna really eat up the gears. They're really gonna eat up the gears. We'll only let them take half of the gears, I think. If they're only making buildings, they don't need to be making them too fast. And then steel, which is hopefully on this side of the belt, but I feel like it's on the other side. It sure is. Right, this is finally, I know I keep saying that and then forgetting something else. But this time it really is. Maybe. May have just ruined my whole extending plan if we need to, but my real plan is to redo this production at some point. For now, it's solving a very specific purpose. Hey, our iron's pretty low at this point in the belt. I think on the other side of the planet there's quite a lot though. Kind of mixes and matches. I know I said I was only going to let it take half the gears, but I've changed my mind. Right. These are not going to run at full efficiency, but that's probably a good thing. Now, maybe. These will start churning out guns. I haven't told it anywhere to put them out. Okay, look, I'm sorry, but I'm going to ruin your efficiency even further. I might have to upgrade. You know what? I've been holding on to these for a while. The 5 Sorter Mark IIs that you get given at the start. Here you go. You've earned them. Groovy. Not going to build hugely fast, but we don't need them to. Let's go and get more silicon. Which means stuff enough to get more power wherever our power is. Over here. Probably don't need to take much power. And then when we go over there, I can pick up my wireless transmitter again. Brilliant. Let's go. Shh. Where's the planet we're going to? Should be over here somewhere. It's on the inner circle. Maybe it's just really far away. Yeah, it's on the other side of the sun. Okay. That's fine. I don't mind doing a flyby of the sun. Finally made a little bit of progress. We need to wean ourselves off getting deliveries from this planet. Nice! Almost a perfect hit. Alright. Didn't I leave my transmitter here? I feel like I did. Ah, whatever. We don't need it now that we've got fuel. Right. We are going to there. Very cool. Crank up our speed. That rate of fire should massively increase once we start building these. Massively increase. Also, apparently our robot's name is Icarus. When you go onto the map screen, when you're flying around, you get your own little, you are here. We are Icarus. Leroy Jenkins. Very cool. Now, where am I dropping all this silicon off? At the processor factory. Where is the processor factory? Aha! Not aha. Aha. Where the hell are we making our processors? Aha! Be nice to make a few more of them than that, but it is what it is. That should be enough. That uses 5 every 6 seconds. So we need to be making 1 per second. We're making half of 1 a second. So that means our guns will be being produced at half the rate they could be. But I'm fine with that, because if we start consuming more silicon, then I have to make more trips. And you know what? That just ain't happening. Now, where's our gun factory? We're actually using a load of these resources, look at that. Okay, so he does do stuff, just not very often. We don't have enough of these to cover 3 of these, which is fine, I expected that. This isn't supposed to be hyper efficient, it's just supposed to exist. Once we've placed all the guns, we'll probably turn it off. Right, question. Okay, it's happy with that, even with the lines there. That's good to know. Now we get the joy of placing all these guns. Yeah, I thought that might be an issue. It's actually quite generous as well, you can place these. It's a little bit janky, but one day we'll fix it. Maybe. Power may become an issue, so we're not going to activate all these at once. We need to get the power receivers up and running. Although it depends how much power they use. Maybe we can activate them all at once, because they're not always active. They're only active during the day, and not even at all times during the day. Thank you. I guess we have silicon here. Let's drop that off. Yeah, there it is. Let's drop it off. Wow, we're blasting through the silicon. Sort of. Looks like we're not consuming all our processors though. They are building up again, so that bodes well. Placing guns. Then we can start looking at bottlenecks and the potential causes of them. You served us well, wind towers. This is going to be totally sweet. I do wonder how many we'll be able to fire at once, but it doesn't have to be them all. Which is fortunate, as it definitely won't be them all. This is where my concern about the receivers comes in. I really wanted to place the receivers on this side. It's not looking hugely likely that I'll be able to. Wonder how far around the world we've got. We probably don't need that many more guns. I mean, I guess the automation of them is good, because then I can start shipping them to other planets to be launched as well. Really nail the star with guns. We'll see though. Might as well finish the circuit. I feel like we're almost halfway around the world anyway. Then after we've done this, we can pick up some more guns, continue the build. It'll be interesting to see how many guns we can get out of all that silicon. We'll have a strict silicon to gun ratio. It was empty and we dropped off. Well, we dropped off more than 2 chests actually. Ratio should be pretty high. Hello, Marek. You do start to see where the resources are getting a bit thin on these belts. But that's totally fine. It's all part of the master plan. Right, we must be nearing the edge now. The full circuit. I've only got 3 robots. Oh, I never finished the part I was doing back there. I was too fast for my own good. Sucks how they jettison out before I land and then they actually take longer to get there than I do. Ugh. Poor little robots. We'll be able to tell when we're getting close to the base, because we'll start seeing guns again. Yeah, there we go. That flashing no power symbol. That means we're getting back. Nice. There's one gun in this row that's active. That's the one we need to get back to. There we go. Whew, all done. When I look at that, I'm not hugely convinced we're making sales fast enough. Yeah, we'll need to improve sale production, but that's fine. Right. Where's my gun production? Where are you, guns? Aha! Yeah, eventually we'll be able to turn that off, which will be really nice. Just clean up this land a bit. That's been a long time coming. This has been one hell of a project. It's also totally worth it. Maybe. At least for the visual spectacle, it's going to be totally worth it. I've actually used all our soil. Shoot. There are some nice touches in this game, like the layering of commands. Like if I want to delete something while I've got construction, if I press delete, I can delete, and then when I cancel delete with right click, it takes me back to my construction. So I don't have to keep switching back and forth. But then there's some stuff that's really awkward. It's a really odd balancing act we've got going on. Building these is actually getting me some guns back, which is nice. Some soil back, not some guns. I'm going to be curious how many guns this is in total. Ah. We're out of soil. That's an easy way to get some. Just lower a mountain. And then maybe be a bit more lenient with the soil that I'm using. Right. We must be getting close now. That's us out of guns again. We are getting close. We've almost sealed the gap. I think that's the only gap. I guess we'll see. But I think it's the only gap. And if that is the only gap, hello, Sergey Wozniak. If that is the only gap, we can turn these damn things off. But I'll let them build 20 more. Why not? Live a little. What's the bottleneck? The bottleneck is magnets. I always knew it'd be goddamn magnets. These are going to be a massive power drain. There's just no denying that. But the theory is, sure, there'll be a power drain, But they're supposed to gain us power in the long run. There we go. Full set of guns. Let's just make sure that's true. We're really going to be nailing this star. When we turn all these on. Drop off our excess guns. That'll stop this guy producing many more. And I think that proves it's full circuit, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. We're definitely not producing enough sales, but whatever. We'll work on that after we've sorted all this out. Right. Next up is run around the planet and hook them all up. Right, I've got 409. So 410 because I already used one. This will let us know how many guns we've got. You may be wondering, are we really going to run around the planet and do this to every gun? Yes. Yes, we are. Is it going to take forever? Perhaps. But we've run around the planet so many times that I'm kind of inured to it. Wonder how many sales we'll need to be producing at once for all our guns to be able to fire. Like, I wonder what percentage of the world will be able to fire at once. We do get breaks from firing when we eclipse behind the gas giant, none of them will be firing, so that will allow us to stock up a bit, but there's no way we're producing enough. There's just no way. So we'll have to ramp up production of solar sails. But then we should be able to absolutely spam the star with sails. Get an absolutely killer swarm on the go. Which will be nice. And hopefully look pretty sick. It's also hopefully going to make our planet look totally dope from space, having all these guns firing. Whew, it's going to look amazing. The price to be paid for it has been a whole lot of building. And then one day we'll replace the Dyson Swarm with a Dyson Sphere. And based on what the tech tree was saying, that uses like rocket launchers. So we can start replacing these with rocket launchers. Maybe make it half and half. And then eventually transition it to full rocket launchers. And then we'll be killing it. I think that's a long way off, but hooking up the swarm is going to be pretty sweet. And if we're feeling ballsy at some point, we might do this to another planet. Not for a long time, though. Once we get to a new solar system, we'll definitely want to. But we'll see how much power this can generate us. Hopefully a significant amount. We did it! And we've got 310 left. So we have, what did I say? It was 410? We have 100 guns. It takes 100 guns to encircle the planet. That's pretty cool. Now, why is there so much dead space on that belt? Next we need to hook up power. I'm a bit worried about the power drain. I need to see how much power one gun uses. 1 megawatt, 60 kilowatts when it's idle. So when it's idle, it's fine. When it's working, we're currently creating 60. Which means that we cannot afford to be running them all at once. But they don't all run at once. But about half of them will. Which is still... what, 80? If half of them are running, then it's 60 megawatts just for the guns. $60 megawatts. Ooh, isn't bear thinking about. What's going on with this? I'm sure we had way more bullets than that. I started talking about megawatts and didn't pay attention. So when I was building this, we had a massive full line of these, right? Yeah. I guess it's just not that massive a full line. Okay. You see our gun firing though? Having a whale of a time. Right. If I power all these, we're in real trouble. We need to drop down some more solar, some more wind. I really don't want to drop down more wind power. I could... We do have plenty of... petroleum that I really want to burn off. Let's do that. That'll get us power for a significant amount of time. Power storage. Each one can only input 60 kilowatts. You need loads of those. Right, let's build some thermal power stations. And we'll feed petroleum in. Which will really help a lot of this production, because look, one of the things that's lacking in our production is... Never mind, maybe it won't. Whatever. It'll get us power, and that's what we need. So... I need iron, stone... Do we have stone on the belt? No. Never put stone on the belt. That's fine. We've got another belt where we can get stone. What's the other stuff we need? Where are you, power? Gears, coils, and regular iron. In fact, let's get them from our other belt. We've got a building belt. Let's get them off the building belt. Oh, core energy depleted. Ah. Oh. Right, I need to pick up some more energy. I could burn off some of that, to be honest, but that uses up titanium. Which we don't have yet. Right, here it is. The Belt of Kings. Actually, this is the Peasant Belt. But you know what? It does the job. Let's get 100 of each, then we can make 5 burners. Well, with 100 iron, we can get 5 burners. Actually, we can get 10. And then 40 of each of the others. I would set up a factory for this, but how often do we want thermal burners? Not very often. And stone. In fact, we have stone here. Ah, my good old starting area. It served us well. Right. Let's make all 10 of those. Let's head back to the petrol area, the refined oil area. You. Do you not have power? That's been going for ages. Where are you, refined oil? You should stick out like a sore thumb. There it is. Right, we could burn hydrogen. I don't know what else we use hydrogen for. Probably something though. We probably use hydrogen for something. Maybe not though. Maybe I can just burn off hydrogen. Maybe I can burn off both. Hydrogen gives you 8 megajoules. That gives you 4.4. Let's burn off hydrogen, I guess. We're still not going to be producing petroleum. Looks like we are using all our graphene, you know? No, it's just not getting generated. Okay. Let's burn off this, for sure. 100%. We can always burn off more if we need to, but for now, let's burn off this.
A thermal power station. Such power facilities need to consume chemical energy fuels. If you wanted to generate continuous and stable power, you need to ensure a sufficient fuel supply at all times.
Somewhat inefficient, burning off this stuff, but it's what we have the most excess of. And production is... Actually, I think we want to burn off both. I think we actually do want to burn off both. Yeah, we definitely do. Look, that's fine. We'll see how much power this gets us up to. I'm happy burning this stuff off. We're not using it for anything right now. Yeah, and now that we're burning off these two, we're actually producing a little bit of graphene, so that's nice. Not a huge amount, but enough. That goes up to 80. Question. What do I need to build one of these? We already have all the components. We should start building these receivers, because then we can start getting the power back. So we should build those as soon as possible. So with that in mind, let's find where we were producing the guns, and we will enhance it to also produce the receivers. And then we just need to place all the receivers. I'm hoping they can fit somewhere in this area. It might be a vain hope. Let's test that theory by... Are they still building them? Okay, he's not. He's not. He's building 8 more. Sure. Gonna steal 10 magnetic rings. No, 20. 20 magnetic rings. We're gonna build one of these receivers ourselves manually first so that we can figure out placement. Good. Then we need... Where's the receiver? Up here. 20 steel, 20 silicon? $20 steel. Yeah, silicon. Ugh. 10 photons, 5 processors. The photons I never put on the belt, but they're here somewhere. Somewhere is producing them. I think it's where our red research is being made, maybe? No. What was I using photons to make? Something. Sails. They're all being used for sail production, huh? Not anymore. I'm going to steal a few of them. We'll need to create some new photon production if we want to mass produce these. In fact, I should increase production up here. It looks like it's the bottleneck. For making sails. And then we just need silicon, which we can steal off the processors. Right? Which is fine because the processors are not getting used for anything except making the guns, I believe. Currently. Did you use it all? Oh, you sons of bitches! They used it all! Quick! Oh, 15! Oh, ho, ho, ho. We needed 20. You jerks! That means I'm gonna have to fly back to the other planet. Fine, have your silicon back. Looks like we're going on a road trip. I'm fairly confident that with a full set, we don't need to take any extra with us. Capella 1. Let's go. This star is going to get massively covered in sails once all this is up and running. Going to be beyond crazy. We might have to make multiple different orbits, depending if there's a limit to how many can be in one orbit. How close will we land to the base? Right on it. Awesome. Yoink. I'm sure I left my Wireless transmitter here. I don't see it anywhere. I really was convinced I left it here. I guess not. Let's go. Let's see if we can hit a solar sail on the way past. Come in for you, solar sail. You jerks. Okay. Ooh. Oh, I think it forced me away from it. Wouldn't let me crash into my own solar sail. Here I thought I had agency. Doesn't let you fly into the sun either. Or the gas giant. Which is a little bit unfortunate. Look, sometimes you just got to try again. Ah. Wow, Capella 2 is real close. I'm surprised the gas giant doesn't, you know, give that a little bit of a steal. Also, that gas giant is tiny. And again, so is the sun. You have to accept things aren't to scale. Leroy Jenkins. Right. Let's drop off this silicon. We're doing okay power-wise now. I think construction has slowed down since we stopped making those, well, we stopped making a bunch of stuff. But we should have stopped making these. Indeed we have. So that's cut down a whole bunch of power. Where are you, silicon? Here it is. Yoink! I'll keep 100 for myself. Right, we can make one assembler. Not one assembler. One of these. Where are we going? Oh my god, it's huge. Too close to the goddamn rail ejector. We can replace wind with it. Sort of. But then it screws with the belt. maybe. If I nuke you... Too close to the rail projector. Where are we gonna put these? Put them on the outside of the belt. I'm a bit loath to put them on the outside of the belt because I want to increase what the belt is doing. How many of these do we need? We could put them a bit further up. We could do a ring up here and a ring at the bottom. Like 2 rings. Further up. I just think we're going to have construction sitting about here somewhere. Oh, that's a huge sea. How have I never noticed that sea? Have I just never been up here? What about on the other side of the planet? The other side looks like it's perpetually in darkness. What about, like... I really don't want to interfere with the bus. What if I did it here? I'd have to build over some of this, but that's fine. Just want to make sure we haven't got any real buildings here. We probably do. So far, so good. We do have these. I need like a dedicated area to put these. I don't want to just scatter them about willy-nilly. I really wanted them in here. There's just no way to do it without... Maybe there is. Aha! Ha ha ha! We have our moment of weakness. That's where they go.
Ray receiver, which can receive the high energy rays transmitted from the Dyson Sphere and directly input them to the power cable. However, caused by the ray receiving efficiency, the ray receiver's requested power will be larger than the documented output power of the Dyson Sphere. You can keep it working or upgrade technologies to increase the ray receiving efficiency.
Oh, praise Jesus, there is somewhere they can sit. It's a shame they don't reach close enough to power those. I guess we can put one of those next to each one. That's not a big deal. That would be pretty sick, actually. We can do those on both sides. That'll be awesome. That's what we're gonna do. Which means Rest in peace, son. Which means it's time to automate production of these. Wow, continuous receiving really tanks. That's okay. Right. Where are we making the sales? Might as well turn that bad boy on. We need to increase production of these sons of bitches. Which means we need to increase production of these sons of bitches. Do I have glass on the belt? No. Okay, let's full on produce the max out of this. So these only do one every 2 seconds, which means we can actually afford to double these up. Oh, I'm so glad we found somewhere in the middle to place those receivers. It does ruin my whole use the middle for belts plan. But I would rather that than the alternative. I would much rather that to the alternative. I'll need to figure out how I'm going to feed the belt. I'll probably have to wrap it around and place it in here. These things. But we'll worry about that when it comes to it. For now... we can add another 6 of these. Give them some power. Right, that's given us 6 glass. That's maybe giving us 6 glass per second. Either that or I'm wrong. Might need to double up. Stealing the stone and feed it in from the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we need to feed in stone from the other side. Which is fine, we can do it. We need to be grabbing both of those. Or I need to revisit my angle. You want 6 at once is the ideal until you've upgraded your mining significantly. 6. And 6. Let's feed that one into there. Let's cut that one off. And feed it instead into here. Then we want this to go the other way. And that will give us 6 glass. Per second. Very cool. So then, 6 glass per second. How many do these use? They use 3 every 2 seconds. Great. Which means we can do 1.5 every second per glass. Which means we can do 9, right? No, we need 1.5 every second. Which means we can do 4. Yes, we can double this up. Right. Then we've got that. These are outputting this. Let's move these. I don't like them being there. Let's bring this out this way instead. And we will bring it up here. Which might seem a little strange, and that's because it is. And let's wrap these around. And then I'd like to construct those. We actually have the capability, but not yet. Let's not worry about it. Then we want these. Every 3 seconds we need 2 of these. Okay, well we're producing one per second. So producing 4 per second. So every 3 seconds we need 2, which means every... We're providing double that, which means every 1.5 seconds we can make 1. Is that true? Yes. Every 1.5 seconds we can make 1. Which means that we want 2, right? We just want 2. Yeah. Use 2 every 3 seconds, and you create 2 every 2 seconds. Okay. That means we can do I don't know. My algorithm in my head for calculating this has gone way off. It's just left the building. Straight up left the building. Even though it's a basic calculation. We're getting 4 per second. They need... why am I finding this so painful? We're making 4 a second. They need 2 divided by 3, so they need 0.66 per second. Which means that we can do... 4 and have some left over. I think. Yeah, we can do 4.5 a second. I think. Yeah, whatever. Let's just build 5. 6? Let's just build 6. Sod it. It probably won't use them all, but whatever. We can always feed in more of these later. I'm not willing to think about it anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's just build 6. And that should use all of this, which is fine. Why am I doing that? Right. So they take both of those. And they output these, which go down here to there. Then we'll see if we can add any more solar cell factories. That would be really nice. You're making this. It looks like there's a more efficient way of making these, but you need some sort of crystal that we don't have. Optical grating crystal. And in total, that should be producing probably slightly less than 5 per second. Well, based on these production outputs. No, maybe my math was right. We'll see how many this can actually sustain. I think it's going to be 4 and a bit. I hope it's 4 and a bit. It needs some time to heat up. I would also hope that this ends up using all this, but it definitely should. They're using 1.5 a second. We're creating 6. That means we get 4. So this should empty over time. Now I will grant you, I don't see it emptying over time, but I think that's because these are actually 100% efficiency, whereas these assemblers are 75% efficiency. Which is why I need to build assembler Mark IIs. But at least the ratios are hopefully correct. Well, I don't see that guy building any, which I would expect him to be if my math isn't terrible. Although I will grant you, my math is probably terrible. Yeah, so this can only feed 3. Which you would think is fine, because of the 75% reduction. But these have got the 75% reduction as well. So I would still expect it to power 4. But we are making a lot more of these, which means we're making a lot more sales. Which I'm pretty happy about. I don't know how much cell production we need. And if we need more, the next thing we'll do is upgrade all these to Mark IIs. But for now, one thing that proves is that, in fact, we're actually going to cut these off for now. We're going to stop making sales. Temporarily. Yoink. And we're going to steal these and bring them... over here. This is a temporary thing. This is for producing these things. Which is awkward because it needs those motors which are being built on the other side of the planet, and I haven't put them on the rail. So let's add those motors to the rail. Which I wanted to do anyway, so let's just do it. But I'll be right back. I have returned. And... yeah. What we want is... let's see where they are. They're going to be miles away. If I want to add to the rail, to the belt, it is slightly awkward. By slightly, I mean very. Because we can't build on the inside of the belt, because that's where our power things are going. Which means we have to build on the outside of the belt. Which I'm happy about. I don't mind building on the outside of the belt. It's what it was designed for. It's just not necessarily viable. Which means I shouldn't be happy about it. Here they are. We want these. Okay. Let's just, as the cool kids would say, deal with it. And that means adding it to the outside of the rail, which is definitely where I want it to be. So any problems we run into are ones that we have to resolve anyway. So sod it, let's do it. The inside of the belt is clearly not viable, thus the outside of the belt has to be viable. We'll have to make whatever changes are necessary to make that true. For now, we get a nice, peaceful bit of belt laying, which is always fun, except for when I mess it up. Trying to outrun the motors. Trying to build faster than the motors can reach us. It's a close call. There's some pretty fast motors. Ugh, they're gonna catch us. I made a mistake, and now they're gonna catch us. Ugh. This is where we run into the problem. I can't get around that thing. Now they definitely catch us. I'm not building around it like that. I'm not some sort of a loser. I refuse. But what I am willing to do is have that run at only partial capacity. At least temporarily. Am I? Maybe I'm not. Look, I'm sure 4's fine. Let's see how fast it's mining. We have been getting mining upgrades. 132 per minute. Yeah, so that's totally fine. Those mining upgrades really, really do help. Ugh. And I think that was actually my only concern with building this belt, except for maybe these reds. It looks like we can get under them. So I can live with that. And this gets us our cool engines, which is good because we're going to need them to produce spaceships as well in the not too distant future. My only real concern is how slowly we're making these. We're making them fast enough for our needs. I wonder what that empty belt is. We've got an empty belt. Not often we see an empty belt. We'll have to go and check that out at some point. Why is it empty? What is it supposed to be containing? Probably gears. I think it is gears. It's not gears. Magnets? No, it's on the inside, which means it was one of the early ones, so it's definitely not magnets. What could it be? Pretty crazy to think we added hydrogen to the belt before we added copper. But we did. There we go. Right, what is this belt? This belt is... Is it processors? No. What the hell is this belt? Let's find out. graphene. But these are making graphene, graphite. Do I need to be burning off even more hydrogen? Look, I can't. I guess I could be burning off more hydrogen. It's not going to help though, burning off hydrogen. We're producing way too much hydrogen. Way too much hydrogen. Which means it's time for a temporary solution. The best kind of solution. Stone, glass, iron. I should add stone to the belt, really. That doesn't mean I'm going to. Stone. I'm just gonna make a metric ton of storage. Okay, so we're building 25 based on how much stone I picked up. $25 requires... No wait, I just picked up stone. Ah. 25 is excessive, but you know what? Live your life to excess. So we need 200 iron. You know, these have been around for a long time. I should probably, instead of having to sit here doing this, probably set up storage boxes. That doesn't mean I'm going to, but I probably should. There we go. While I'm here, pick up those. Let's throw away all these. Can't believe I just threw away 8 silicon. Mega power station is over here. Right. Let's get some fluid storage on the go. There we go, and that lets me keep one for emergencies. Really? Modern problems require modern solutions. You two both prioritize going this way. Power is an added bonus if we run out. And now, graphene is back in full swing. Graphite is back in full swing. Good. I'm not even using that graphite for anything, but it just makes me uncomfortable having an empty row. When you see them spread out like this, you really realise just how few of these we're actually making. That might be due to the graphite loss? The ebb in graphite? So then here, we want steel, we want silicon, we want photon combiners, we want processors, and we want engines. Okay. Steel. Let's steal some steel. Then we want... oh, silicon as well. Goddamn silicon. Oh. Okay. Processors and engines. processors. Yoink. Need to pick up some more power. Why does an assembler? 1, 2, 3. Is that? Does this require 5 goods to make? It does. 5. Yoink. So then we need engines. 20 engines. Doesn't bear thinking about. That needs to come on this inner loop, which is fine. Oh, engines! I just realised a problem. But it's not really a problem, it's just an annoyance. I sure hope this is the engine line. I think it is. Quite hard to tell, but it's the only empty one. Sure, you're the engine line. I believe in you. Doesn't have a gap in it, right? Maybe it just takes forever to go full circle. Right. The new question is, how close can I get these to these guns before they freak out? Pretty damn close. Good. Shh. These really need to hug the side. For reasons that will become apparent as we place more of these things. That's our engine sorted. And then the only thing left is silicon, which we will manually feed in from this direction. These are going to in no way be running at full capacity. But I'm okay with that. They don't need to run at full capacity, they just need to run at enough capacity. Yay, the engines are arriving! Wow, loads of engines are arriving, what the hell? Did we just have an engine spree? Now, unfortunately, these require a lot of engines, 20 each. Ooh, doesn't bear thinking about. Does not bear thinking about. But I don't really want to increase production of engines for something temporary. Which is very much what this is. If I do this, then I can say focus on making those, but if you've got extra, also I think we want 200 of these. Probably 22 a stack, so one full row should be 200. Yeah, so any excess we've got can be used to make sails. Whether we'll have any excess once this kicks in is up for debate. Now, speaking of sails, let's go sailing. Let's grab ourselves some silicon to pump into that machine. We also need silicon for the process machine, but it looks like we've got a full planet's worth of silicon, so I'm not too worried about that. For now, the priority is these receivers. Then we can power all the guns. And then we'll be rocking. Then we'll be able to see just how much ammo we're consuming. And that'll be sweet. Where are we going to land? Ooh. Where's the base? Hey, Brian. What's up is we've got a full planet surrounded by guns now. And we're producing, potentially, the ammo for them. So now, we're just over here picking up silicon. That'll allow us to make the receivers for the guns. For the energy from the guns. And then, we'll be permanently bombarding our planet. And that's going to be pretty sweet. And it should solve every potential energy woe possible. I'm curious if there's a maximum to the amount of solar sails you can launch. This is like 3 guns worth. We're going to have 100 guns firing. So I'm not sure what the limitation is on that. A 100 guns is a lot. They won't all be firing at once, obviously, but a lot of them will be. A whole bunch of them will be. Hey, James. Interesting stream, thanks for chilling out. Yeah, man. Chilling out's what I do best. I'm glad you're finding it interesting. So currently our guns are pretty pathetic, look. They're middling at best. But once we get all these running, it should be almost a constant stream of bullets flying at the sun. I know they're not technically bullets, but it's more fun to think of it that way than we're launching solar sails. No, we're assaulting the sun to steal its sweet, sweet energy. Leroy! Right. Where is... Yeah, I can't wait to activate all these. It's gonna be sweet! Where is my production? I'm glad I set up production of those power cells. Here it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Over by the solar cells. Which we are starting to stack up, quite a lot of them. So even if we're not producing enough sails, we'll probably be able to see the full effect of it for about 20 seconds before they use every single thing on the belt. Which is pretty pathetic, but that's what we'll get out of it. Then we'll need to ramp up production of these. But I do have a plan for that, so it's fine. Right, we should just need to put silicon in here. And add one of these. Which are in here. We'll use one of our sort of Mark IIs. We've only had the 5 that it gave us. We haven't built any, but hopefully that's enough. Right, let's drop another storage on top so that we can dump in the rest of this. And they should start producing, if all goes well. It takes 8 seconds each, but they're running at 75% efficiency, so it actually takes 10 seconds each. A bunch of these. Brilliant! Brilliant! Yoink! We can throw away this. Now, here's where I need to do the second prototype with these collectors. This is where it becomes problematic. If I drop that down right in the middle, and I drop another one on the other side, I need to work out what effect that has on the rest of this stuff. This is going to slowly gimp our power, but the plus side is we'll be gaining power from these. So that's pretty nice. We're not getting much, we're getting 2 megawatts each, but these are only providing 300 each, and we're removing 2 for each one, so we're losing 600 kilowatts and getting 2 megawatts. So it's 3 times as good. We should be getting 3 times as much power, sort of. And that'll get better the more of these guns we fire, so happy days. It should all come together. Right, but I do need to put power down still. Can I fit power? Yes. Good. Well, let me put another one down. Yes. Brilliant. So if I copy that, now the only limiter, I wonder if you can, it'd be nice if you could tell it like, okay, what's giving me my power, you know? But you can't. So we need to replace this one, which means we're going to have to do something funky here. In the time it took to place those 3, we made 14. Brilliant. But we are running out of engines, which is going to slow it down. Right. To build this one, we're going to need to wrap this around, so we'll build the gun and then we'll build around it. That's probably the smartest idea. Um, oh, interesting. They can build under it. Oh, this isn't that bad then. Well, what? They can sometimes build under it? Hmm. They can't build under it, but they can be built over. That's a bit whack, isn't it? That's a bit whack. So it doesn't let you build it here, but if you've already got it built, it lets you place that down happily, no problems. So if I was to destroy that, I could bring that in one row. I'm not going to, but I could. But you know what? It solves the problem here, so I'm gonna forgive it. I thought I was gonna have to move all this stuff. I am gonna have to move it here. Maybe? That's a hell of an assumption on my part. No, I am. I was really pushing the edge with that theory. Okay. I think that's because that one goes up 2. Build the road first. Yeah. Nice. Not gonna lie, this is gonna take us quite literally forever. Alright, is this one bitching and moaning about this? Fortunately, we don't have too much stuff crossing over this, so it will get a bit better. The crossovers are the problem. What's that complaining about? Sometimes this game just doesn't play ball. That being said, I'm not sure I put that up 2 levels anyway, so let's delete all this higher stuff. And then we should oh right, this road's going this way. Yeah, that'll do. Making sure I hook those up correctly, because you never know. Right. And now it should get much simpler. What? Oh, right, yeah. Colliding with another object. Oh, so much simpler. They really need to thread the needle. Right. Very cool. Right, we'll worry about hooking up the power afterwards. Let's just go through and replace them. Could actually add even more of them in here. But I'll stick to the plan. Keep them in the dead center. We only have to do this twice around the planet. Yeah, this is where it gets a little screwy. One day I'll tidy up these belts if I feel a compelling need. Let's be honest, we all know I'm not going to. But I should. For posterity's sake. And that's us out of them. Which is fine because some more should have been produced now. Not sure how many will have been produced because we ran out of... Oh, we still get 19. That's pretty good actually. Even with the lackluster amount of engines we're making. And yeah, there's not too many things crossing the belt, so hopefully we can just whack these out. And as soon as I say that, we run into one. Great. These... I don't remember there being this many. I guess my memory is faulty. Let's at least try and keep our rebuilding consistent. Got a reasonable amount of soil. Which is good. Because we're gonna need it. There's probably a case to be made for just flying around the planet, destroying all the wind turbines and then placing them. I find it much easier to place them after I do this. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. This is what we need, where we can just get into a routine. The timer says, gotta say watching this is relaxing. Good, man. Oh, look at that. If I have a splitter on there, I have to move the splitter. Is there anything worse than having to move a splitter? Probably. But, not much. Having to move two splitters, well, yeah. Also, that time earlier when I did a ring around the planet of my belt, and then I realised I'd done it in the wrong position. And I had to delete the entire belt and remake it. Whew. Now that was painful. Oh shit, this belt goes the other way. It's the dope music. Yeah, the music is pretty sweet. I sure hope I moved that enough, because I kind of half-arsed it. Zoltando! You're having to move two splitters was a curse. It was a curse. It's my own fault.
The amount of your solar sails has reached a certain scale, and they have formed a Dyson swarm around the
Well,
star.
part of your plan to slowly drive
You
me
should be
mad.
able to clearly see it right now.
Well, it's
To
working.
receive such energy, you have built a ray receiver to absorb the transmission, where Dyson Swarm can generate power simultaneously. Every solar sail launched for a certain life cycle. If you want to maintain the Dyson Swarm, you have to continue on injecting
Please
solar
build.
cells.
Good. That means that when it comes to splitting stuff off the inner belt, we'll only be able to do it between these. But you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Very minor problem. And it'll keep it regular, so maybe it's not even a problem. Maybe it's preferable. Oh. Alright, how many did we make during that hiatus? Wow, I actually placed more than I thought. You don't realise how many you've placed until you actually fly along it, and it's like, holy shit. Only 11? Oh. This lack of wheels is really, really killing us. Lack of engines. We might need to kill some time doing something else to let a bunch of them stock up, because I ain't flying back and forth over and over again. I do have some standards. I guess I could go around the planet turning them all on. A bit risky though, because we don't necessarily have the power to power them all, which is what this is supposed to do. If we don't have the power to power them all and we turn them all on, it's going to slow down production of the other ones. So why do I build my splitters there? Ugh, I'm cursed to place my splitters in the wrong. I'm getting severe deja vu on this splitter. Clearly a hex was cast on my planning. It certainly was. Here I was, wide-eyed naive, thinking that this time I would plan stuff perfectly. But you know what? I've only planned stuff awesomely. It's not quite perfect. Shh. What can we do while we wait for more solar sails to be built? Not solar sails, solar collectors. I guess we'll check how much power we've got. 97. Oh, that's Dyson Sphere. 93. 93? Dyson Sphere status, 876 megawatts out of 48. What? What? Why is that only receiving 283 kilowatts? I think it gets spread out between the receivers. That makes sense. It gets spread between the receivers. But each receiver can only receive a maximum of 5. And our Dyson Swarm is currently super weak. Once we turn all these guns on, it goes through the roof. So maybe I should start turning the guns on. Let's do it. It would have been cool to do them all at once, but I don't even know how we'd do them all at once, honestly. And turning them on is a simple case of dropping a Tesla. Well, it's not a simple case of dropping Tesla, there's another step. We also need to tell it which orbital cycle to do. You know, this is actually going to fit really nicely. I'm really happy with it. There's literally only one spot in this entire grid. Well, down there. But that a Tesla tower can fit effectively. I'm going to be tempted to put wireless receivers down as well, so that when we're flying on the belt we recharge. I think that would be pretty sick. In fact, I almost certainly will do that because it sounds cool. Right, I'm not turning on anymore. What I will do is line them up. Next time the sun comes around, it's getting its ass kicked. God, I really did place a lot of these, eh? I'm a little bit worried about how much power they're going to use once they start firing. Come on, more than 11. 14. You know what? 14 is fine. Very coolish. They're about to go out of sight, unfortunately. Just think of how rad that's going to be. And they're all firing. Whew. Going to be a tale for the ages. I don't want to use too much soil. I've learnt my lesson on that one. Well, have I? Maybe I haven't. But I feel like I've learnt my lesson. I'm just not paying attention to the lessons learned. Damn you, railings! I thought I was being smart making them straight across, but I was actually being totally dumb. It's because previously I didn't know how big these things were, so I thought I was going to be able to put them in these gaps, but it turned out to be exactly the opposite. So I actually ended up filling all the gaps that I now need not filled. Which is a bit of a pisser. Oh, woe is me. If I press plus on this, and I do that, honestly, the water is the worst in this. Like, if I could get rid of all the water, ooh boy would I. Except for a little bit, because you need it for actually pumping water. But generally speaking, if I could get rid of most of the water, I totally would. It really is the bane of my existence, this water. Let's potentially power up some more of them. Oh, the water! We're out of soil. Time for a soil stealing spree. That was excessive, but it did get us 150,000 soil. I'm out of foundations, but fortunately, I set up this thing ages ago. Yoink. Okay, I don't need that much. There we go. So this opportunity to tidy this up so I don't have to keep switching back and forth, back and forth. Ah, random tower. We are gonna have to do the other side as well, but looks like we've not actually got that far to go on this side. And it looks like there's no more obstructions. Brilliant. Let's do some busy work. We're just waiting for more guns to spawn, so it's not like we are just killing time, but it's useful killing time. It's going to make things a lot less stressful. Once we're actually placing the guns, we'll be able to just get into a routine, which is very important. We're just gonna tidy up the belt. Try and get rid of any obstructions so that when we're actually placing these things, we can just go through and blast it out. I'm sick of all these distractions. Probably helps if I build this the right way, though. Why has that got no power? Alright, because I destroyed that. Right. Tidying up the belt. Alright, is that going in or out? It's going in. Dee. No more soil. Yoink. If we run out of soil, we can go and steal it from another planet, but I'd rather not. At some point we'll though. We'll just go to another planet and pave over the entire place. A planet without any oceans. Just pave over literally the entire thing. Then we won't need to worry about soil anymore. Because you gain soil back when you do this. Our belt is getting low on ammo, look at that. We are going to have to increase ammo production. Significantly. That's okay. I'm more than happy to increase ammo production. Something quite relaxing about deleting all these oceans. Looks like that's just gone full circle. Lest I forget. Oop, that was a bit much. Very cool. Right, where's my factory that's producing those? Hopefully, with all that time killed, it's produced more than 14. Hopefully. Wow, these guys don't have any power. Sorry guys, I must have deleted your connection. Whoops. Not that it matters, all they're producing is petroleum and hydrogen. Which both are full up, I think, so they're not actually accomplishing anything. There's where we're making the guns. We've actually got loads of these guns stored up if we wanted to make more. So got plenty of silicon, good. Good, good. The only thing we're low on is these engines. Bit of a pisser, really. 33, nice. I'm sure our power is absolutely tanking while I do this. I'm basically stripping out a bunch of guaranteed power and replacing it with these things, which I'm not sure are actually giving us power. Well, actually, looks like they are giving us power. Power has jumped up. You scumbag. Didn't I move you? No, I moved the two hydrogen ones that were coming in. I didn't move any that were going out. Scheiße. Wonder how close we are to being all the way around. Best not to think about it. Assume it goes on forever. Lack of item. Oh. I'm slowly running out of ways to kill time while we wait for these items to be built. What are you producing? Graphene, which has barely been used for anything. Okay. There you go. Ammo is the current problem. If we had ammo, this would be glorious. Absolutely glorious. Sadly, we don't. We've got 4,000 sales in the swarm. That's only increasing. Now overnight our ammo does get to recharge, but not by a significant amount. And we're only building 6 at a time. Building like 1 per second. It's just not enough. Oh, but that's because this guy's stealing all these. Plus, I didn't put any power on him. Oh, what a fool I've been. Sometimes one little grabber escapes your power net and you just don't notice. I don't think it made a difference though. We really need way more of these prisms. That's what the slowdown is. If we could get way more of these prisms, we'd be living the proverbial dream. And that'll help with solar output as well. So we'll make some prisms at some point. All they require is stone and circuits, maybe? Something like that. We've almost done it, maybe. Oh, a double whammy. Both got to do this and sort out this. Maybe, unless I get very lucky. Come on, I believe in you. Fine. Which way are they going? This way. Good. Right. That's one full row. Now we do the other row. And we're living the dream. And now power should be stable because we've got a full bell. Previously at night it would go down. The only time it won't is when we're in a eclipse because of this gas giant. Our power will absolutely tank. But the guns won't be firing either, so that's fine. Sort of. Except if I get rid of all these wind, our power will literally set to 0. So we need a battery farm, or we need some other sort of energy as well. I'm leaning towards the battery. I want to make wind obsolete. It's a shame I can't fit any wind in here, though. With that being said, sure is a shame. It would be pretty neat. But we could move wind up to the equator or something if we really wanted. If we need some power for through the night. It's just I don't want to. That's the sad truth. I just don't want to. Right. We need to get more prisms. We need to get more prisms. Which unfortunately aren't on the belt. However, with the way this is looking, it looks like I'll be able to get a couple of rows down the belt. Maybe not a huge amount. Probably best not to. Which means I need to extend the belt outwards, which causes its own issues. For example, this. Or on the other side, this. Which is a wee bit of a pisser. Unless I move all these, I could shunt these in. Seems like a lot of work for minimal gain. Which belts are empty? This one is low. Why is this belt low? Nothing even uses that. Actually, that's not true. Engines uses that. That's why it's low. And it's only low after it's been consumed, so that's fine. And then this one is what? Gears? Magnets. Which is also fine. Nothing else uses magnets. I wonder what the bottleneck is. Is it engines or is it the other stuff? I really hope it's engines. I really hope engines are the bottleneck. They definitely are. Good. So maybe I don't need to produce more of this. I just need more engines. That's hard to get more engines though. Where's engine production? I know it was really sketchy. But I might be able to boost it. It used a lot of magnets. That's where all our magnets are going. Right, engines are this belt. There they are. So what's stopping us producing more engines? I can check that in here, right? Production. I never really look at this. We're using all our copper ore, which makes sense. We're using most of our copper, which is interesting. We're using more stone brick than we have. Using all our prisms. Yeah, this doesn't show you the preferred consumption, it just shows you what you are consuming. So it's like you're making this much and you're consuming this much. It's like, wow, well done. But I would like to know how many I need. Look, we're not producing any processors. That's because we're out of silicon, I think. Apparently, we're making more guns than more bullets than we need. Isn't that an interesting fact? Isn't that interesting? But we've also got hardly any of our guns turned on. So more engines. While it's okay, what does more engines get us? More of these. That's it. What we really need is more of these, which means more of this. Now I am curious. We might need a level 2 belts for this. Potentially. We may very well need level 2 belts. For the main center row. Depends how many sales we end up making. Depends if all the sales can get picked clean in a single circuit. I'm hoping we don't though. I'm really hoping we don't. If I tell them to prioritize that direction, the thing that's stopping these is prisms. Prisms are made by making glass and then turning it into them, along with these circuits. Is there any more stone around where I won't have to go too far? Stone, you are in an acceptable location. There we go. kind of freestyling this. I hope it works out. Right, then we need smelters. Very cool. Yeah, this is totally gonna work. Okay. This is a really inefficient use of sorters, but I don't care. I wonder what happened to my wireless transmitter. It actually just vanished. Sad times. Right, that will give us 6 glass per second coming out the end. Which we then need to turn into prisms. Which means we need something else as well. Wait, is it literally just glass? Oh, awesome. It's literally just glass. Got no assembles on me. Let's go get some. How are we down to 1,000? Oh, it must be ammo. Must be ammo. Ammo bringing us down. Right, let's grab some of various things actually. Let's see what we need. We're running a bit low on splitters. And that's it. Okay. Assemblers and splitters. Where are my assemblers? Yoink. I'm actually gonna let that produce a few more. This ammo situation is real unfortunate. One, two, three, four. I know they're not going to be able to consume them all, but I'm building extra anyway. Right. Then we just want to feed these prisons. Into those machines. Currently got enough to power 3.5 machines, I think it is. So we'll add another machine. Looks like we can probably get away with... Oh, god damn it. Can I merge these into there somehow? I can, but it's a little bit sketchy. You know what? I'm okay with a little bit sketchy. Right. Brian says, gotta say I didn't realise what I was missing with the surround sound headphones. How do you mean? I don't think I have surround sound headphones. Well, I think I do. I think I just haven't calibrated them. Yeah, I haven't calibrated them. Haven't set them up. I'm too lazy. You're making prisms. You're making glass. Right, and if we power this, then theoretically it's going to be pretty cool. The virtual surround sound. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, that's what I've got. I just haven't bothered to set it up. Which I really should. There we go. Looking good. Now, when I drop this, it should all kick into place. And we're definitely not going to run out of power. Wait. When I drop this, it should all kick into place. We're definitely not going to run out of power. Until I realise I made a horrible mistake somewhere, which is probable. This should be producing a full belt of glass. It's going to be interesting if it's not. It definitely should be. I mean, it mostly is. There's no denying that it's not. Oh, power. Okay. Yeah, we don't have enough power. That's fine. That makes sense. We've actually finally hit a power wall. Ugh. Is that even with my boilers working? Yeah, they're working overtime. I might need to add more boilers. Just whilst we get this up and running. We have just increased the output, theoretically, of ammo. Have we maxed it out? Where's my ammo production? Maybe I flew past it. I think I did. If in doubt, fly around the planet again. Where is it? Here's where we're making these still. It looks like these are running as fast as they can, which means we can add another one. So let's add another. Building it next to the belt is probably not the smartest idea. But I kind of want to add two more. Should probably wrap it around. Should probably move this so it's not right next to the belt. There's many things I should do. But whether I'll do them is another matter. How much do they need? 1 every 4 seconds. Yeah, that's fine. And they create 2 every 4 seconds. Which means for a full belt's worth, I would need 12 factories. Doesn't seem likely that I'll get 12 factories in this row. Question is, do we need a full belt's worth? That's the real question. It's all well and good making a full belt's worth, but if we don't need it, then why bother? Right, we'll see if that's consuming it all. It looks like it might be. It's hard to say because this steals it really fast at first and then it stops stealing it so much. Looks like it's running about even. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it is kind of looking that way. We're making way more prisms than we're using, which means that we can afford to add more onto this, which would be nice. And if we add more onto this, then we're making more of these, and we can fund more of these. And we can get our full 12. Probably, maybe, possibly. Let's ramp up production, because why not? It's hard to say how many more prisms we've got, but... Alright, this is probably going to use them all. Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe I can add even more. Never-ending line of prisms. Yeah, we can definitely add more. Although we are low on power, it's best not to assume that. So that means I can add probably a couple more onto this. should wrap them around and do them this way, really. Sometimes you have to think outside of the box, or indeed inside the box, whichever it happens to be. Oh. God damn it. Right. Is that what I wanted to do? I think so. We'll see how this pans out. This is totally not sketchy. Right, let's see if we've capped out production now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we should have capped out production. But we'll see. We are using the less efficient assemblers. It is significantly more. But we are also burning through all of these, so it will slow down a little bit. But we know that we can add more onto the end of here, so let's do it. Also, power is slowing us down as well. I need to get some extra power, one way or another. Now, the optimal way would be increase the amount of stuff we're getting. Which would mean turn on more guns. Turning on more guns would be the key. It does look like we're generating more than we need now. Sort of. We've got 3,300 in the swarm. 3,400. That's pretty good. But will it blend? Now the hope would be that we start seeing them wrapping back around. That's when we know we're in a vaguely good position. Once they start wrapping back around. It's going to be a while before they start wrapping back around though. It may not even happen. Got so many guns firing. So frequently. Let's finish off doing this. We don't necessarily need to turn all the guns on. But at least setting them up is probably worthwhile. Now I'm not convinced that extra receivers on the other side are actually going to help us, you know? Not until we get an absolutely insane amount of swarm going on. I wonder if it's worth putting some of them on a separate orbit. I'm not sure what difference the orbits make. We might have to add a second second belt of ammo on the other side for them all to be able to stock it. Oh look, that poor little bastard's got no power. Thing is, I know I'm gonna have to move that, but whatever. Whew. The sun is gonna feel our wrath now. We've got a decent amount of ammo. We've got a load of guns. We've got power collectors. The ammo is not perfect, but what is perfection? An abstract concept. Meaning it can be whatever you choose it to be. So maybe it is perfect. I say it's perfect, it's perfect. Thus, it is perfect. I really want to see them all start blasting at the sun. Just need to make sure they're all turned on. Oh my god, look! It begins! Oh my god, it begins! Take that, son! Yes! Now, we're clearly firing more than 6 per second. Which doesn't bode well for our belt being able to resupply everyone. I think we need 2 belts. I don't think we're firing 12 per second, but 6 per second. I think we almost certainly are. And again, it's close call. But watch our ammo deplete. The belt is gonna shrink now that we're going crazy. But we should be able to keep up a constant stream quite successfully. 4600, huh? How's our power doing? Radically better. But we're also consuming a lot more. And therein lies the problem. While we are generating a ton of power, which will hopefully keep growing. Which it looks like it is. We'll see how much it grows. Like, what does adding a different orbit do for us? If I made another orbit that was right next to it. Let's say it was inclined 45? No. 90? And then I started telling some of them to fire at that new orbit. What would it do? I mean, they'd obviously fire at the new orbit, but... $13, $14... I'm gonna make half of them fire at the new orbit. Although I've lost count. I'm gonna make a certain amount of them fire at the new orbit. We'll see what that does for us. Does it increase power outage or lower it? It'll be interesting to see how these fire. Once our ammo starts running out, like how fast we're producing ammo for them to fire. That'll be real interesting. But the amount in the swarm is still going up. I'm pretty pleased with that. Pretty pleased. I'm starting to wreck this sun. Could we use more ammo? Sure. Power generation should go down at some point. If we had those other collectors, we might make more power. It's hard to say, really. Not really sure how they work. That's pretty cool, though. There's no denying that's pretty cool. pretty hypnotic. That outer band will start to fade over time because I'm shooting less at it. And the inner one should get brighter. That is neat. That is real neat. I wonder if... So you can change your orbits, right? And you can change... If I go to this screen, you can change your orbits, and you can change... There's no way to edit an orbit, but I guess that makes sense, right? You can change the longitude of An. I think An is the entry point which they aim for. Can't say that for sure, but I think An is the point they aim for. No, that like... Maybe it's not. Maybe they just aim anywhere. I don't know what An is. It seems to tilt it. I don't know. It spins it on a radius. Okay, that's fine. I mean, really, we want to surround the sun in these, right? That'd be the ideal. We're up to 6,000. The generation capacity is 226. We're not actually making that many. It does look like we're running out of ammo. Yeah, the ammo belt's empty. It will restock every time we go behind the gas giant, but that's not very often. We'll also lose most of our power when we go behind the gas giant, so, you know. Ups and downs. That's why we need a battery. Oh look, this poor guy's got no power either. I think a second rail of ammo is gonna be key. Well, actually, now we're blitzing it again. I think we're just off. I think if this belt was full, we'd probably be okay. But for this belt to be full, we would need just a little bit more production. Which we can arguably slot in. Probably need 2 more. Got 1 more. Now this might push us to our limit, but that's good. I don't mind having not enough resources for the production facilities. I just don't want not enough production facilities for the resources. And that might help us get to a solid bell. Almost. Almost. You know what? Almost is pretty good. Be interesting to see if we can slot any more on. We'd probably need one more. One more would probably do it. Depends if the resources can keep up. Looks like they can't. I'm not creating enough of these. And that's because we don't have enough of these. Well, actually, we probably do. Let's just tell it to focus down there. We can add more production of these. These are well easy to make. Let's see if that helps. Need to give it a minute. They should start stacking up. Indeed they will, and then the overflow will go out of the other side. And we'll see how many we've got left for everything else to work with. And then we'll probably just add another set of them to the belt, honestly. Now it'll be interesting to see if these start stacking up again. I suspect they won't, and that we've really maxed out the amount we can make. They might do, though. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. They are reaching all the way down to the bottom. Depends how quickly these two are using them. Looks like we're just not creating enough. Just not. If we were making like one more set, maybe. Let's find out. See how that affects it. I guess there's one more every 3 seconds, which might be enough. Might be enough to push us over the edge. I think it is, you know? If we leave it long enough, I think... Well, maybe not. It's definitely going to be close. Less important than whether it's pushing it over the edge is... Are we getting a full stream? We should be getting more of a full stream now. We've still got 2 gaps, look at that. You'd think it would have evolved beyond the 2 gaps. Why has it not evolved beyond the 2 gaps? They only use 1 each, so it should have at least filled one of the gaps. Then again, it's every 4 seconds. Yeah. Is it possible that even with all these powering away at full whack, we've still got 2 gaps? Do I need to add another one? It is starting to back up though, look. Which means I can add another one, probably. Without too much hassle. We're really pushing the limits of what this factory can do. Oh, that's real unfortunate. But it is manageable. Whew. Right, that's killed production for a sec, but it should come back. And I don't think we're going to fit any more in here. I think this is definitely our limit. I think I've pushed that as far as it can go. Let's let it get up to speed. Why are we so low on these? Who else is using them? I want regular iron as well, but that's fine. Who else is using these? The guy making processors. Interesting. But he stopped making processors because he's run out of silicon. Okay. Is anyone else using these? Why is that producing so few of them? Because of the iron situation. Who else is using iron? Who else is using iron? The guy making engines. Okay, that makes sense. And engines are being used to make... Well, we know what engines are being used to make. They're being used to make the, these things? Why they need engines is beyond me. So if we turn off production of these, then we should get our iron back, so we should get our circuits back. And then we should get our proper production back. Maybe? Failing that, we just add more iron to the grid. That's the other solution. So if I wanted to add more iron to the grid, the ammo situation is really interesting because they refill, and then at night they're not refilling anymore. Is the issue these coils? Well, the issue is iron for sure. Iron. It's looking pretty good though. It's coming along nicely. This guy's making gears, and then he's got an excess of iron. Let's just say, whenever you've got an excess of iron, please bring it onto the grid. Damn you, wireless transmitter. And this should work nicely. And I should do that for most resources, honestly. We've got a load of that happening all over the place. Like a whole bunch of places where we're making an excess of stuff and we're not putting it onto the grid. Iron's the most obvious example, but we do it with magnets, we do it with gears, I think, maybe? We do it with a bunch of stuff. So then we can just feed that into the grid when it's not being used. And look, that gets us loads extra. And doesn't mess with our gear production. Alright, should probably join that guy up. And that should stabilize things for the most part. We can do that here as well. Yeah, we'll wrap it around and bring it in after this. So we'll say, look, if you have got extra iron, please bring it around here. Ooh, that'll work quite nicely actually. Yeah. Bring it. around here. And feed it in. Well, I've only got 5 smelters there. This should be 6. Nice. It's good when the system works. Is it a bit of a mess? Absolutely. Is it pretty cool? Hell yeah. Right. And that has sped up this, which coming back to our cool area should speed up ammo production. It's all about the ammo right now. But our power's totally sorted. Which is really nice. Which I mean you'd hope, considering how much we're nuking the sun. You would really hope our power was sorted. This hasn't got back up to full production yet, but it will do as soon as all these start arriving. Which they're about to. And then we'll be able to see if we've maxed it out. Hopefully we have. We don't actually seem to get eclipsed that often. It's almost like we never get eclipsed. I don't think we do. Yeah, I think we're actually safe from eclipses. On our first playthrough, the orbit was totally whack, and we would go behind the gas giant. But I think we're actually okay on this planet. Which is nice. Right, this should start reaching the end eventually. It is doing, it's crawling its way down there. Yep, there we go. which will make this start fully producing. Which will fire all these down here, and hopefully this will start backing up. We'll see if it does. It's going to be a close call. At least we're 100% power again. It was touch and go for a sec. And then eventually, one day, maybe, we upgrade the belts. I don't know if we will. Seems like it'd be a massive headache to update the belts. A massive headache. So I'm not thrilled at the prospect. Looks like we might actually still not be producing enough to max this out. How's the end belt looking? Pretty maxed out. For the most part. Which means hopefully that is enough for our guns, given enough time. If it's not, we're going to have to set up this whole factory again, probably on the other side, and make second ammo belt. But it looks like, yeah, we're real close. We'll be able to tell if it's okay because ammo will start coming in here. Which would be nice. It'll take a while though because all these guns have got to restock up to 20. And then the ones that are firing slow down the restocking. The question is, are we creating enough to restock while firing? Fortunately, because of the creep and the way the planet rotates, they all do get restocked. It's not like some of them don't. So we're always firing at full capacity based on how much ammo we can create. So that's pretty nice. So basically, if we want more, we just create more ammo until it maxes out. And we'll know when it maxes out because the belts will be full. The system works. No thought required. Just the way I like it. It would be nice though if yeah, this is actually a full belt. I think it's the exact right ratio. I don't know what ratio it is, but it's working pretty well. It's working pretty damn well. We're not creating any excess, which means that we're not making any of these. But I think we've made enough. Possibly. We might need a few more. Hey, look! Ammo's start. Oh no, it's not. No, I got overhyped. I thought ammo was coming around again. I don't think ammo is going to come around again. I think it's always going to get eaten by the guys who are firing. Which is fine, that's the guys who need it. But if any of it gets past the guys who are firing, then we're in a pretty good position. Oh! Oh. Have we got exactly the right amount we need? No, I think these guys could all be firing as well. They definitely could be. We need way more ammo. Way more. Although we'll see. Because over time... we need it to get to the point where... well, we're at that point. Where when people aren't firing, they're not taking ammo and the belt is full. So now everyone who's firing, we've got a full belt. And that full belt... hopefully it makes it at least halfway across. If it makes it halfway across, then we just need another belt. And that's a pretty good position to be in. Another belt is alright to make. The main draw on it is circuits. And prisms, I guess. But prisms are just rock, there's loads of rock. Circuits are just copper and iron. There's loads of copper and iron. But I think next we need to look into... next we need to look into populating... why aren't they firing? Is it just too high in the sky? Yeah. Next we need to look into getting spaceships. So that we can start shipping in resources from other planets. And adding them into the belt. And that'll be pretty sick. And at that point, when we're adding stuff into the belt from other planets, we'll probably upgrade the belts to level 2. At least the main belts. I don't think the other belts will need upgrading, but the main central belts, if we upgrade those to level 2, I think that would be pretty cool. This is nice though. Very hypnotic. Moving from topic to topic. Quite hypnotic. I'm gonna try and judge it. Are we over halfway? Yeah, I think so. I think another belt would do it. Another belt of ammo, I reckon, would do it. Probably be fine. I mean, we're still firing an excessive amount at the sun. There's no denying that. That is a constant stream now. That stream will never run out. We're up to 7,000. Very nice. You know what? I can accept that for now. But now we know we can double that stream, which will get us up to 14,000 solar cells. And when we increase our tech, we increase the lifespan of the solar cells by, I think it's 150%, which is something ridiculous. It's something ridiculous like that. It's some insane amount. It doesn't tell you. Yeah. Oh, plus 150 seconds, not percent. But you know what? 150 seconds? That ain't bad. I don't know how long solar cells actually live, but once we get that research, we can get all three of these. So that's 150, 150, 300. So that's another 5 minutes worth of life for a solar cell. But it doesn't tell you how long a solar cell actually lives. I think. Yeah. Oh no. 1-800. So it'll be an extra 33% life. Which means that's the equivalent of an extra 33% solar cells. Which means if we're at 14,000 at that point, then we'll go up to about 19,000? 20,000? You know what? 20,000 solar cells would be pretty damn sick. This is pretty awesome. Pretty damn awesome. We should add another loop. I'm not sure where, but we should add another loop. Somewhere. Who knows? But we'll decide that tomorrow. It's 1 AM and I have to go to bed. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. And I will catch you guys later. Adios! Wait, shit! Hold up, hold up. Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. My stream was bugged out. Ugh. It looked like it was only sending like a quarter of the screen. Ooh. I hope that didn't happen at any point. No, someone would have said something. Right. Time for me to head off. I'll catch you guys later.